criminated, y'all. You know what's crazy? The FBG Butter video I just seen, the data. That is crazy. That boy, that dude over there crying like that, like he ain't got no fucking common sense like that, the data. What the fuck, bro? It's, that shit shows a lot, GG. Hyenas gotta have them hyena dreams, the data. You gotta stay righteous, the data. Yeah, the data, cause you don't wanna be ended up like that, the data. Crying in the station like that, the data. Yeah, the FBG Butter video is funny as hell, the data. That nigga was actually just saying they're just fucking crying. Like what the fuck, nigga? What is your issue, bro? That cannot be real. That had to be a clone. That shit had to be a clone, GG. Or was it real? What y'all thinking? Oh, the Julio dude went live, GG? The Julio dude went live? GG's! What's goody, the dada? You heard the daughters? Stay most righteous than ever. That nigga was crying. Crying should have let folks take his way. What is he crying about, the daughter? Wow, it's right here. FBG Butter crying video. This dude's fucking stupid. You don't know what's going on with him? FBG Butter. Fuck, I think you better crying about them, Dada. What the fuck is this dude talking about, bro? This nigga's fucking tweaker, Dada. You a motherfucking tweaker. What the fuck you talking about, DGs? It's a rap for you, Dada. You ain't gonna be able to fucking, you gonna get fucking canceled out of here, GG. That's a fact. You gonna get canceled out of here. Matter of fact, yeah, you gone forever. We gonna start getting niggas. You gone forever. So how you talking about? What are you talking about? Got to go, bro. Jahar. Jahar, GG's. Gone forever. Shut your dumb ass up. You rat. The phone takes his leg. This is that. What the fuck is this called? What you want, Lo? How long we was on FaceTime? Who? Bro, you was calling us, bro. Fuck got the jersey poppin', niggas trying to be Giants fans over here. Look at these niggas. Look at these niggas. Niggas over here. You starting trouble, bro. You starting trouble, nigga. Ha! He said, fuck that. That nigga got the blick on him. He said, these niggas, but that nigga, why you pointing your camera at them, nigga? They drugs, nigga. They some big ass white linebacker white boys watching that game. Maybe don't give a fuck. Maybe he's like, nigga, that nigga gonna have to whip out the blick, nigga. Oh, you see that shit? That nigga was on something different, right? Who? Nah, nigga, what you saying? Yeah. Oh yeah? No, he showed some love and shit like that. I be speaking to that. I be speaking to him and shit like that. Yeah, yeah. Nah, hell no. I gotta wash my back. Them niggas is zesty, nigga. Them niggas is zesty. They fucking niggas. The dollar that they talking about, I rock, nigga. You heard? Yo, low, nigga. Like, I'm gonna have to, like, I already told niggas, I'm gonna have to have, you know what I'm saying? You know I be talking about the big U. We got to slide, low, me and you. Nah, I'll fuck with you, nigga. I'll fuck with you. Yeah, nah. Niggas was just saying I-Rock's a little aggressive, nigga. I just be trying to get to the point, nigga. But I gotta water it down, low. It's alright though. I laugh at the niggas. This is what I said. They said, yo, they said that you got a 30 ball on you, the dada. I said, yo, nigga, them niggas is fucking niggas. Y'all niggas is scared of some niggas that's fucking other niggas that's having some Diddy parties, nigga. Like, get real. You think them niggas is sliding, nigga? You honestly think they sliding, nigga? They killing bitches. Like, you killing bitches? Because she was like, get real, you heard? But if I talk like that, I'm wilding. Why am I wilding if I'm telling the truth? My niggas.
But he making a point. Blood is bloody.
You think someone's gonna pop Charleston White, nigga? I think them niggas are scared, nigga. I think they would have been popped that nigga. Nigga, some niggas don't, nigga. But niggas do, nigga, where he's at. Nigga, that nigga got one eye talking all that shit, nigga. I said someone scratch his other eye, nigga, he's fucked. If someone blow dirt in his other eye, nigga, fuck shooting that nigga, he's fucked, nigga. He got one eye, nigga. If a nigga scratch, look here, you see these nails? If I happen to just grab his face and scratch his eye by mistake, my B, he's gonna be like, oh shit, I can't see. He's fucked. GG, he got no eye, he got one eye, GG. I'm not trying to get dumb, nigga, it's the truth, right? So he should watch it, nigga, cause nigga, if a nigga scratch his eye, nigga, throw some juice out his face or something, he's done. Like juice. Hawaiian punch could kill him. Who use? Nah, I gotta invite you, nigga. I gotta invite you first. Nigga, you came up with a good topic just now. Nah, nigga, you talk about Charleston White. You said someone's gonna pop him. That's true, nigga. So we could go from there. We could talk about Charleston with you. Nigga, I got you. Damn, it's like that. You don't got my back? You don't got my back? They looking for me. I know, but they already looking for me, nigga. What the fuck, nigga? You ain't with it? Like, what you mean? You're my nigga. I thought you was my Xbox friend, nigga. I thought we was gonna ride or die, nigga. I ain't that nigga. We on the internet. If they slide for real life and they come in your backyard, that's realistically, nigga. You about to pop that nigga. Nigga, they ain't coming, nigga. Like, what the fuck, nigga? I laugh at them niggas. And if they do them, you know what it is with us. Dada, we stop playing. We only play that, Dada. That's what I'm talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about. We on YouTube, and this is what we talking about. I need to start talking a little bit more righteous. Nigga, it's not good. You want to know what 607 Onk said to me? You know what 607 Onk said to me? He said, nigga, you too aggressive, nigga. Nigga, you put faces on bodies. He can't fuck with me? He said, why I'm a dumbass nigga? That's what I was thinking. You see? Facts. My mom said the same shit. She said, nigga, just keep doing what you've been doing. He said, I'm too aggressive though. Right? That's not heterosexual. That's not heterosexual, right? Facts. Facts. No, he's looking at it how we supposed to look at it. Yeah, Lo, thank you, Lo. Lo got my back, nigga. He knows how I rock's thinking, nigga. That's what it is, nigga. He knows he want me to flock every scene. Yo, Lo, I fucks with you. He's, you know that's a preacher. He's gonna keep us balanced. Yo, Lo, he says that, right? He says that, and you know what the nigga does? Imitates me, nigga. Take a whole fucking script of my shit, right? And he makes a fucking video of him. He didn't go live. He made the video, right, of the Diddy shit, and he said exactly what I said in the other video. He said it in this video. And I was like, but he just said I was too aggressive, and then he just imitated me. GG. But you know, this is what I do. And you know what he also said? He said, yo, I'm gonna do your thumbnails and shit like that, GG, but just send me the topics that you wanna do. And I was just like, huh? Nah, I'm not sending no topics, GG, man. You my nigga, we could go from here, we could go logic, GG. You know what I'm saying? I don't even like it's not that type of party, Dundada, you know what I'm saying? It's not that type of party, Dundada. Like, I don't know who you think you fooling, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm the nigga that's coming. I'm Big Dog, nigga. You heard? Send me who the fuck talking, who you talking for? Send me to who you talking for, motherfucker, cause I'm trying to talk to the Big Dog, Dundada. Don't try to trick me out on some little nigga shit. I'm not with none of that. And you can see that shit, nigga. Right, Lo? So I'm gonna speak my mind, nigga. Cause I'm Big Dog out this bitch, nigga. Drake said that, nigga. Yo Gotti, yo. It was Yo Gotti, nigga. It's probably Yo Gotti, nigga. Yo, that's my nigga, yo. I fucks with that nigga. Shout out to 607 that's my nigga. Shout out to him, nigga. I fucks with him, nigga. He ain't nothing with me, that. What I think about Diddy? Nigga, I think a lot. Nigga, let's be realistic. Bro, he offered him $50 million bail, right? He is. So look at, Lo, this is my opinion. The nigga offered him $50 million, right? Look on the news right now. The nigga who gave him the city, the key of the city, that nigga just got indicted. The mayor of fucking New York just got indicted. The first time in history a mayor getting indicted, yesterday. Diddy working, nigga. Hell yeah, Diddy already got the mayor indicted, nigga. So that's the first nigga off the chopping block. He's gonna start knocking niggas down. Nigga, as soon as he got knocked off, what happened, Gigi? LeBron James photos came out. The same day that they fucking knocked him off, nigga, they denied his belt, the LeBron James photos came out. Yeah. What's that? LeBron James are fucking zesty. That's the T? That look like fucking... Okay. That's what's up, Gigi. That's a fact. That nigga done. Hey. Those are dreads. My boy got the baby dress popping up. Yo, you look like fucking old dirty bastard nigga when he used to wear his hair like that. What's that nigga? That's. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what's up. I don't think that's what's up. To Rhode Island? Hey. That's a fact. You nigga, what you out for? Same old shit, different day, you already know. Climbing up the ladders, nigga. I'm a YouTuber. Nah, nigga, them niggas is watching something, nigga. Hey, niggas gotta watch some documentaries to get up, the data. Dirt. Look at Dirt, nigga. I've been telling niggas what's going on with Diddy. I've been telling niggas what's going on with Young Dolph. I've been telling niggas. That's why niggas actually see my channel, Gigi, and they was like, yo, this nigga been speaking that shit. Yo, facts, nigga. Facts on the jump. I was telling, what you would call it? I told Dirt that. I said, yo, you know this shit started really from the fucking from the war zone, me acting stupid and shit like that. Then niggas like, yo, grab a bottle. Turn out that YouTube nigga that this for Dolph, that Dolph Diddy shit. But I just getting, yeah. And you had the story. Yo, Gigi, remember? And then Dirk came up with the story, nigga. Niggas been telling stories. That's crazy. But yeah, but that's why my shit's hitting though. Niggas been saying that. They be like, yo, on some real shit, it's like you predicted the future. I said, on some real shit? They said, are you happy? I said, nah, I'm not happy about nobody getting knocked off, GG. On some real shit, I'm just the stop sign. I'm the stop sign. I ain't the cop pull over the car. I ain't the niggas passing the stop sign. I ain't shit. I'm just the stop sign. You get what I'm saying? Niggas been on that shit though. You heard, Dirt? Hmm? Hell no, I gotta take some fucking thing. Hey, shout out for Russia, GG's, the Daughters, Egypt, Russia. Nah, Dirt, that ain't true. Niggas was the first ones. No Diddy. That nigga's lit, nigga. But you know what's funny though? I went to a fucking, what's that shit called? I went to a parade. I went to the Portugal parade. Nigga, there was little kids, nigga, that came up to me and was like, no Diddy, yo, fuck Drake. I was like, what the fuck? Little white kids, nigga, yo. I was like, yo, that shit crazy, nigga. But damn, that's the influence. That's what you're talking about. You gotta water that shit down, nigga. Look what you're doing. Nigga said, fuck Drake, nigga. He said, fuck Drake. Yeah, you like looking like that. You heard, GG? I said, you gotta have to start doing streams, nigga, putting your little fucking teeth in and shit. What is that? That's frames? No, that's the fucking, that's aluminum for you, right? Alright. Yo, you don't know that dude? He turned out like a raw. Turned out like a raw. Who is that? Is that Old Dirty Bastard? Uh, ooh, I like it right. You drunk, boy? You drunk, boy? Nah, this ain't me. Uh, this is. Oh my God, this ain't me. Fucking thing. Yo, where's Dope at? Where's there? Nigga, you know it's New York all day. Stop trying to play, nigga. You know I got your back. What's good in Jay Blizzle? Nah, that's Jay Blizzle. Huh? Nah, that's my little cousin. That's my little cousin. That's my cousin. Ah! Why would, what the fuck are you doing, nigga? Let me see. Oh, him? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, dirt. I don't know what you talking about. I thought you said, ain't that this nigga? Ain't that my cousin joined in? So I was like, yo, I don't know. That's it. Uh, yeah. That's the nigga that been through his shit. That's crazy. Yo, Jay Blizz, you see what happened with Diddy, right? Don't say I told y'all so. We about to get right. Hey, he took it? Yo, this nigga. This nigga, you be getting everything for the low done. Were you outside with it? Are they winning? I'm about to watch it. They gonna jump on your ass, nigga. That shit over with. Your ass better be over fucking protected, nigga. Okay, I see. I see. I see. Okay. Dallas. He's in Texas. It's dark where you at? It's dark where you at, Dirt? Yeah, it's dark where I'm at too, nigga. It get dark at 4 o'clock where I'm at. It's dark where I'm at, nigga. I ain't even gotta show y'all, nigga. You can see I got the fucking light on in the house. Let's go! Let's go! Giants! Let's go! Let's go, Giants! Let's go! You turning up right now, Dada? You about to what? Oh, are you chilling? That ain't shit. Facts. Get the music going. Oh, I'm an inspiration. Nah, let me relax. No Diddy, Dada. You gotta relax yourself. This nigga. Nah, cause you know why I was gonna say that? Cause I was like, oh, what you want? Oh, you got some music playing, but obviously you don't. You just me and you having conversation. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, oh, I must be the nigga's inspiration. Da da da. Oh, they coming to drink. They coming to drink tea. They coming to buy tea. Oh, that's what's up. Oh, that's what's up, DJ. And that low wants to play you, so we still playing. Let me see. We're low. Where's that? Where's dope at? Where dope in at? Oh, they took his shit. He been doing too much. Facts. He'll be back. He's like, oh yeah, where dope in at? Da. He'll be back soon enough. Then that game playing. I want these niggas is over here. You see, I'm not a fucking. I'm not a gaming playing ass nigga. A lot of niggas out the way. How you make beer, nigga? How does that even work, nigga? What's that for? It's gonna what is this going the tea's gonna be well, like it's gonna taste a little how do you get the beer? How do you get the acid? Yeah, it gets you wavy, but it's not really beer, right? It's like wine. So that shit don't get you fucked up? Oh, that's a sin. That's what's up. What you smoking out there? What you smoking out there? A joint. GG's, the daughters. Hell yeah, G's. You gotta stand on business, the daughter. That's how you do it. If they ask you how you do it, just say you put God first. If they ask you how you do it, just say God work. We in an elevator. Who's elevator? God's elevator. God chose you because he knew he could trust you. You God's best kept secret. Hyenas. Ow. Nigga, I gotta roll something up too. Fuck you. Let me join you. Let me join Dirt on and still smoking. It's quiet over there? A lot of older people live where you live? It seems like it. Roaches. Yeah. You're smoking roaches now. You're trying to get lit with Dirt. Nigga, you already inside, nigga? Oh, what the fuck? Let me see. Nigga, oh, that's a drink. I want to say, what the fuck, nigga? I don't know what the fuck you smoking, GG. Yo, GG's the daughters. Stay logic, nigga. Stay on business, the daughters. Hyena Scuba Dogs, learn from Scuba Steve. This is what happens when you stand on business. Hey, what's up, GG's? How's life treating y'all? Damn, Dirt. Life. Life is good. You growing now, GG. You're a father now. It's different. You feel that. How does it feel when you outside having a smoke break? As a father now. You want smoke like that? Tripping. Oh, I feel it. I feel it. I feel it, Dondada. I mean, I feel it for you, Dondada. That's the way that your life is. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up, bro. You know, I rock. I needed to roll fatter blunt. My daughter was born. She got fucking, you know that? cause you smoke a blunt, you gonna act like you gonna act like a kid anyway. You know what I'm saying? Not act like a kid, but you understand what I'm saying. You could be a little bit more goofier, I guess. It doesn't matter. Nah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you smoke, you smoke. If you don't, you don't. That's what it is. Most people do what they like to do. Nigga, I had my daughter when I was young. Way too young, way too active. So I ain't play none of that shit. I ain't about to have that girl in the room over there, nigga. She said I sitting right fucking here, Dundada, where I can see you, Dundada. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Some people like, yo, send the kids to the room, send the kids over there, send the kids. Nah, not me, Dundada. Fuck around, go up in there, they choking on a penny, they doing something, they doing that, you know what I'm saying? So me? Your mom would kill you, nigga, if you did some shit like that. That's dumb. Yeah, that's dumb. That's mad dumb. You gonna feel, you gonna feel lonely, but you gotta do it. You gotta do it, cause she's gonna feel, cause she gets a whole different vibe with your parents. She's gonna have a whole different vibe, nigga. That's grandma. You know what I'm saying? Don't you got your great grandma there too? Don't you got your grandma there? Yeah. So what you told us? That vibe's different over there, bro. What? Spoil you to be spoil you. That's what it is. What do you mean? They're not well. Yeah, but your mom is still she. Um. Alright. Why they're not active? Why don't you just go over there every weekend? That's what I'm saying. Why you don't go over there every weekend? Yeah, cause they older, nigga. They 90, nigga. What the hell? That's gonna be great. At least they meet somebody. They gonna have some angels in the outfield, bro. You always gotta fucking, you know what I'm saying? Have your daughter around them people, Dada. But you fucked with your grandparents? Company, nigga. Alright. That's crazy. That's crazy, Don. This nigga said it all.
You want to do a show like Bad Boys? You want to do like Major Pain? You want to get inside Neverland and go see what's Joseph Jackson, Senator Q from London or Japan or China. Something we own, goddammit. You better stop playing. Vote Donald Trump. Vote- how do I hear it? I'll be hearing it in my head. I'll be hearing it, I'll be like, like, okay. I think about Kamala Harris, and when I be hearing her, the only thing is, Mary J. Blige song. You know what I'm saying? I be just hearing like, you're my till my behind. You're my ooh, and she be doing her little hand gestures. I remember you in that. And then I'm like, God damn, what you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, you don't see Mary J. Blige? That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's talk about Todrick Hall. Do you know who Todrick Hall is?
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
You don't know who Todrick is, bro? Everybody knows Todrick. That's Tyra Banks. Yeah, man, Tyra Banks, man. Just trying to test your levels.
Okay. Yeah, you got something you want to say, or
It's up to you,
You
man.
know-
What's going on? I'm just,
you
I'm
know
humble, man.
you know Tyra Banks?
I don't got nothing to say other than what you allow me to speak on, bro.
Do you know Tyra Banks?
She's a friend of mine.
Okay. Well, some of the other big news that was kind of funny, actually, and it went viral, crazy viral. Everybody was super surprised when this happened, man. Shannon Sharp is on Instagram Live, somehow ends up going live while he's having sex. And this goes viral, and everybody's talking about
Leave
it.
Shannon alone, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, Gabrielle Union can gorilla off. That's Gabrielle Union. And it's cool, bro. Like, I'm not worried about what Gabrielle Union sticks her in. It's okay. It's alright. Like, you know what I'm saying? The only thing is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I see you as the real element virally of a Shay Shay. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not worried about sitting on. I was asked, should I go? And I was like, yo, man, Shay Shay Pay Pay. But the thing is, man, you know, that's Gabrielle Union. And I think that a lot of people are very scared about. Because yo, bro, I'm going to tell you, I was rolling with my bros today. And they was telling me, like, yo, man, like, you started talking about people and bringing truth to light before, you know, Cat Williams, Jaguar Wright, Tyrese. Like, it just looks like everybody is trying to follow what we have created, Cam. And at this point, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't, I'm not afraid to go and sit there in front of Gabrielle Union as a man. I just don't think that us putting her sexual business out there is something that we should be doing as American people. You know what I'm saying? What they do in the bedroom, yeah, if it gets out, it's because they allowed it. So obviously somebody was filming, he was filming, whatever, because of the way that he walked out of the car. It wasn't like how Tyrese said. Tyrese was like, oh, it looked like you needed to go see a chiropractor. No, you looked at, like, you know what I'm saying? I got a bad pigeon-toed chick that walked like me. I got a bad pigeon-toed chick that walked like me. Ooh, he was walking out there like, I got a purse too. And then they try to, oh, he was like, where's the famous purse at on the bag at? And no, you're homosexual. Gay, it means happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, Todrick Hall is gay. That's happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's happy. You know what I'm saying? That is homosexual. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you might be homosexual. That's him. Todrick ain't gonna look at another man in the eye and be like, no, like they looking at his booty, they looking at his eyes, and they thinking that, oh yeah, I want Tyra Banks. And all of a sudden your ass end up in hell. So that's how that's how it happens. And it's like I'm not the kind of guy to be like, okay, well, don't around with the Gabrielle Union story. You're like, yeah, okay, well, Gabrielle Union stuck her in some shit and filmed it because she got caught walking like Gabrielle Union, the mad pigeon toed that walk knock knee. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't, you know, she walking knock knee through a parking lot, hopping out and got that big ass nose, you know what I'm saying? Wearing Patti LaBelle's face and shit, you know what I'm saying? Nose all spread out like somebody's legs and shit. It's just like, I don't understand how somebody knows. It's
This
just,
dude.
you know, it's just like Charles and Netta. Charles and Netta.
Okay.
NASA's mission is to explore the unknown.
There's more that we don't know than we do know. That's just the nature of the universe.
In the search for answers,
What the heck is this? This is the Wizzy Heavy Izzy.
NASA's
That's
mission is to
crazy.
explore the unknown.
There's more that we don't know
Wow.
than we do know. That's just the nature of the universe.
In the search for answers, it launches its scientists into space, its craft beyond the limits of the solar system.
Taking this is part of the discovery. Space exploration is like lighting a match, and we don't know what lurks in the shadows.
Yeah, this dude. This dude's
First guy we call is that's you. Which one of the guns do you have?
I got three blue scales.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon, is that right? You ever shot that thing before? Okay.
Where are we? The home of the legendary scents of the Earls?
man. Y'all don't kill if I'm guilty and sentenced to life.
The judge in the trial of Justin Johnson, that's the man accused of killing young Dolph, has reached a verdict. Right now, as the jury has made its way back into the jury box there, Justin Johnson is facing several charges in the death of young Dolph. Johnson was one of 3 people charged, but he's the only person on trial right now. The jury can find Johnson guilty or not guilty on 3 different charges. Number 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. 2, first-degree murder. And the 3rd, a conviction.
Juror number 44, is that your verdict? Yes. Juror number 23,
free shoe like I'm Kobe. Me and Big G in the store, and ready to put a nigga ass on the shelf, and I ain't talking trophy. I just stepped on so many niggas, need my own shoe, me in that all black, no look up from the door for the whole shot. That they going in the grave on the news. Check the Scully up again, ain't no way that we can lose.
Yeah, I had to run back when he was singing them songs a few years ago because he was talking all that shit. He sounded real tough at the time. But Straight Drop is not looking so tough today. Now, Straight Drop, aka Justin Johnson, was just found guilty of the murder of Dolph. And this came after what felt like the world's fastest trial, right? At least from the day that trial actually started. And the jury came back and returned a guilty on all counts verdict, meaning that Justin Johnson now has to spend the rest of his days facing the consequences of his action. And the judge in this case sentenced him to life in prison. And it only took the jury about 4 hours of deliberation to reach that conclusion. Now, Straight Drop's attorney said after the trial ended that Justin was devastated by the verdict and was going to pursue any and all avenues for appeal. And while we're talking about people being devastated, I want to go ahead and send my condolences to Young Dolph's family, his kids, his mama, his girl, you know, everybody that was devastated by what Justin Johnson did.
November 17, 2021, our lives changed forever. A son, a father, a brother, a friend, a businessman, a music artist, a philanthropist, and life partner are all among just some of the titles that my brother Adolph Robert Thornton Jr. held. Titles that have now left a missing piece in the lives of so many. We realize this act of violence has impacted so many outside of our family and friends. Your outpouring of love and support throughout this process does not go unnoticed. We ask that instead of focusing on those who committed this crime, you focus on the man that Adolph Robert Thornton was. Regardless of the name that you may know him as, such as Adolph, Dolph, or Young Dolph, we ask you to remember the man who enjoyed being a father and spending time with his family.
This for
we ask
Dolph.
you to remember the man who enjoyed giving opportunities to those who are often overlooked and counted out. We ask that you remember the man who enjoyed giving back to others and being an inspiration to those who come from less than ideal backgrounds, and knowing that they are seen and can change their outcomes and the lives of others by doing something positive.
Very well said, and you can feel the emotion that his sister is feeling just by watching that clip. So when I hear Straight Drop say, you know, that he's devastated by the verdict, bro, yeah, and so were all of the people that were affected by what you did and then went on to brag about. Anyways, Young Dolph's fiance, Mia J, released the statement that said today's verdict.
But they had a witness that his partner that he did it was
The past 3 years marked by the loss of Adolph and the events leading up to the trial have been incredibly frustrating. My faith has been tested, but Adolph's tragic
They didn't tell him like, yo, this is
my
going
resolve
on.
to fight for justice, not only for him, but for all black
That's-
men.
I don't
So
know,
you
that's
can tell
what
that
it
they're feeling a bit of relief that Justin Johnson has been found guilty and sentenced to life. However, the case isn't over. There's still going to be Cornelius Smith that has to be tried for this, and we actually seen him testify against Justin Johnson and flat out say that they were the ones that shot Young Dolph, right? His trial will begin in November, and then there's also Hernandez Govan, or Govan, whatever his name is, right? He'll also have to be tried for this too. And since Cornelius basically admitted that him and Justin did it, I can't imagine that it's gonna go any better for these guys when they get their days in court. Ultimately, we'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, bro, that's where we're at with it right now. Justin Johnson, guilty, sentenced to life. Justice for Dolph is starting to happen, and y'all gotta let me know what y'all think about it in the comments down below. Anyways, that's basically it for the video, guys. If you enjoyed the content, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, tap the notification bell so you get notified every time I upload a video. As always, always. It's been fun.
Sad right now, Justin Johnson sad. This nigga, they coming out this dude for this. What happened? Let's see. Why is this dude crying so loud? See what this dude gotta say.
Hey,
He's
look,
laughing.
Put it like this. Put it like this, bro.
Why is he laughing? What's so funny?
Put it like this.
Ain't that your boy?
Put it like this, bro. When butter, put it like this.
What the
Put it
heck?
like this, bro.
That's
Put
weird.
it like this.
What's
If
up with this
butter
kid?
is whooping like that, bro.
He's nervous. He ain't got no.
Think about it, bro. Was he over moving or was that like a regular move? Have y'all ever seen butter whoop like that? Like, was that a regular cry? Like, put it like this. That was a different cry, bro. Put it like this. Now, put it like this. I see some people say that cry was drug related, they name. Now, let's just start there. I don't have to look it up. Now, put it like this. I know butter. Y'all don't know butter, bro. So y'all just watching this video and this perspective on Brother McGray, this situation.
Oh my God, now niggas gonna be talking like that.
Understand on Brother McGray.
Niggas gonna
Put it like
be
this.
talking
Put it like this, bro. Put it like this. Y'all don't understand, butter. Do I gotta go
Let's
up?
get right.
Put it like
You
this.
better hit my
When
DM.
you don't understand somebody, how can you watch a video and give an opinion based on the video, bro? It hit different. Y'all see but on the internet. Y'all don't know butter. Y'all don't know why King Will eat you. So, y'all don't know, folks. Y'all know Mr. Will. So put it like this. It hit different, bro, when you think you know butter, bro. And then you see this video, you see him crying, bro. And the first thing y'all say, J-Man, I thought folks was supposed to be gangsta. Now look, let's just break this shit down. Y'all arm been broke before? I don't know if it's but an arm or his hand. So let's just break this shit down. If your arm is broke, bro, is you gonna cry? I'm gonna let y'all answer that in the comments. Cause put it like this. What some of y'all was thinking he was crying because he was locked up. Looks could be deceiving. So was Butter crying because he was locked up? Or was Butter having withdrawals, bro? Butter was not supposed, long story short, Butter was not supposed to be locked up, bro. So when you're not supposed to be locked up, you can start thinking shit, bro. It hit different. So if y'all watch this whole video, me breaking it down, he said, I should let folks take his weight. So that could be playing a part on his psychological, bro. Butter was in the psych ward, bro. Real homework on Butter being and if y'all go listen to the trial, he was explaining that he was up in that one facility, bro. It different. So do y'all homework on, put it like this. Some of us took certain, put it like this. Some of us was in certain classes, bro. And some of us was.
Yeah, where's that other dude? Trenches and that nigga. Explains it quicker. It's Right here.
Want to support me? Go.
Right here, the daughter.
We're trying to make sure you join the membership. Shout out to the Mod Squad. If you ain't calling my mods, you can follow their ass at the end of
What
the
this
video.
nigga gonna say?
Remember, if you got anything extra, food, hygiene, clothes, bag it up, take it outside.
Man, go get to the point, bro. What was it?
Even going to high speed chase. That was a slow speed chase. First of all, he was in the dumpster truck. Then, you know, Butter got out and ran. Now, I do believe, man, I do believe that it was another person in there that when that car hit the wall, that they slid up out of there. Or when the police chased Butter was the decoy and they got away, you know. But I think that Butter was hoping that dude take that pipe. You know, Butter was thinking like, man, maybe I can get caught with one gun and they can help me. But the dude left the gun up in there and slid off. The reason, you know, Butter was standing 10 toes at the crime scene.
No, he wasn't.
You know, the first part, oh, whatever it is, put it on me. My girl lied, put it all up his mind. He got in the police station and he said that he jumped in the front seat. I should never jumped in the front seat. I should have let folks take his weight. You know, I know that person who was with him, man, if he ain't in jail already, I know he's not like, damn. Or he like, man, I ain't fucking with him when he get out. You know, or they might use excuses he high. But by the interrogation video, he was up in that thing. The reason why I don't feel bad for Butter, because Butter was just up. You know how many people in the house love the opportunity to get paid to talk or to laugh? Because he lied. And get paid to lie. And you get thousands for it. Take care of your families going state to state. You know, and then you in a car riding around with no license, with liquor, with guns, and you already got a gun. You already got a gun in case that you fight. You know, but
These people, bro.
In a shocking turn of events, Secret Service files have been leaked, revealing a list that no one expected. In a shocking turn of events, Secret Service files have been leaked, revealing a list that no one expected. A list of famous rappers linked to none other than Diddy himself. This isn't just a rumor, it's official. How far does this go? Which of your favorite rappers made the cut? Grab your popcorn, because things are about to get wild. Get ready for the jaw-dropping truth. Diddy, a man's man, music man. Sean Diddy Combs has long been a central figure in the entertainment industry, both for his significant contributions to music and for the controversies surrounding his personal life. In recent years, allegations of Justin Diddy's involvement in sexual relationships with various male celebrities, including prominent rappers and artists. One of the most shocking accusations
Call me crazy, Alicia Cromie.
Lil Rod Jones, who filed a
Feels good when I'm.
in 2024. According to Jones, Diddy pressured, along with other
How y'all doing?
engaging in sexual acts in exchange for
GG's, the daughters, Aidas, can y'all hear me? Oh.
While working on Diddy's album, The Love Album, Off the Grid. Jones claimed that during his 13-month stay at Diddy's residence, he was subjected to non-consensual groping of his anus and crotch and was forced into engaging in sexual acts. He also claimed that Diddy promised him a Grammy Award for Producer of the Year if he agreed to participate in homosexual activity. Lil Rod claimed that Diddy took advantage of his admiration for Grammy Award-winning music producer Stephen Allen Jordan, also known as Stevie J, by showing him footage of the music producer having gay sex with a Caucasian male without a condom as a way to manipulate him into having sex with him. Lil Rod recounted Diddy telling him that this is a normal practice in the music industry. Look, even Stevie J is doing it. According to the Lil Rod team, heavily laced with cocaine and other hard drugs to make him lose his willpower not to have this. Lil Rod, who describes himself as a heterosexual Christian man, said he was uncomfortable with Mr. Combs' advances and complained to Diddy.
That nigga wasn't uncomfortable.
He dismissed him saying, you know, Sean will be shown. Ms. Corn downplayed the constant growth.
That nigga wasn't uncomfortable.
Diddy's going to show that he likes it. To make his advances more enticing, Lil Rod said Diddy promised to make him a Grammy winner in the Producer of the Year category as long as he slept with him. Diddy, according to Lil Rod, also disclosed that he had had sex with a male rapper. He informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with Rapper 5, redacted, R&B singer 6, redacted, and Stevie J. The lawsuit described Rapper 5, whose name was redacted, as Philadelphia bred and a former boyfriend to veteran rapper Nicki Minaj. So far, only one person fits the description. Robert Rodney Williams, also known as Meek Mill, hails from Philadelphia and dated Nicki between 2014 and 2016. He has had 2 of his albums nominated for a Grammy, though he hasn't won it. This isn't the first time Diddy has been at the center of rumors involving questionable relationships with younger male artists. During a live stream with Kevin Hart, he once admitted to sleeping with Usher, but quickly backtracked. Rumors of him and YK Osiris circulated with people calling YK Diddy's boy tour. From his mentorship of Usher at the age of 14 to his interactions with Justin Bieber and YK Osiris, speculations have emerged about Diddy's influence and the potential exploitation of young talent in exchange for career advancement. Such rumors have persisted, amplified by other figures in the music industry like 50 Cent, who has been vocal about Diddy's suspicious behavior at private parties. These ongoing allegations point to a potentially troubling pattern within the industry, where fame and success may come at personal cost for those under Diddy's influence. Jimmy Diddy, Diddy's former bodyguard, claimed to have witnessed an unforgettable encounter between Diddy and Ja Rule, suggesting that there was a possible gay encounter. This news at the time shocked everyone, though Lil Rod has come out with all of these evidence to back up his claim. Diddy's lawyer, Sean Holland, still thinks Lil Rod is a lie that is shamelessly looking for an undeserved payment. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Holland said his reckless name dropping about events that are pure fiction simply did not happen. It's nothing more than a transparent attempt to garner headlines. We have overwhelming, indisputable proof that his claims are complete lies. Lil Rod is just an upcoming artist trying to navigate his way in the entertainment industry. He had been around long enough to witness how some young, hopeful artists were being lured into bad deals, signing contracts that, in the long run, robbed them of their creative and financial freedom. He had experienced some of these pressures himself, but had managed to maintain his independence. However, the more he saw, the more he realized how deep the problem was. That's where Diddy, a larger-than-life figure in the music world, enters the story. Diddy, also known as Sean Combs, had built an empire of Bad Boy Records. He had a reputation for spotting talent and turning artists into household names. So when Lil Rod met Diddy in 2015 at an industry when things could have gone either way, Diddy was impressed by Lil Rod's talent and the buzz he had created. So he offered him a spot on the Bad Boy Records roster. Initially, Lil Rod had accepted to work with Diddy, but it was only after seeing what went on behind the scenes that he decided he had to leave. It wasn't long after declining Diddy that Lil Rod started noticing things going sideways for his career. All of a sudden, he was being blacklisted from major music platforms and radio stations. It felt like an invisible hand was working against him, making it harder for him to push his music. But Lil Rod didn't give up. He kept releasing music, kept reaching out to his fans, and stayed true to himself. Now, fast forward to the moment when Lil Rod decided to speak out, but Lil Rod, in turn, he wanted to expose what he believed to be the ugly truth behind Diddy's image. In a series of interviews and social media posts, Lil Rod dropped some heavy accusations against Diddy. One of the biggest bombshells, Lil Rod claimed that Diddy had been exploiting young artists for years by trapping them with unfair contracts. These contracts, according to Lil Rod, were designed to benefit Diddy and Bad Boy Records while leaving the artists with little control over their music careers, showing just how wonderful the long term, making it hard for artists to break free. But that wasn't all. Lil Rod also accused Diddy of creating feuds between artists to drum up publicity. He pointed to the infamous East Coast-West Coast rivalry of the 90s, suggesting that Diddy played a role in fanning the flames of that conflict to boost record sales. On top of all this, Lil Rod claimed that Diddy had been actively involved in the death of a man nicknamed G, who was rumored to have been killed in a hit and run. According to Lil Rod, G was a friend of Diddy's son, Justin Combs, and they had both been present at the Chalice recording studio on the 12th of September 2022 when G and Justin got into a feud with him together. Lil Rod claimed to still have the clothes that were stained with G's blood from trying to save him that day as proof of this allegation. One of his accounts stated that on Thanksgiving Day 2022, Diddy had sent young Miami's cousin to assault him. He recounted how she forced herself on him while he was using the bathroom and tried to have oral sex on his exposed penis. He declined her advances by him in hospital treatment in the presence of Diddy and his staff. He also recalled waking up naked on the 3rd of February 2023, feeling very dizzy and confused like someone who had been drugged, only to find himself in bed with two custodians of Diddy. He recalled walking around the house naked, not knowing where he was. He took a bold step by filing a 70-page lawsuit at the Federal District Court in Manhattan against Mr. Combs, detailing the allegations of sexual assault, drug dealing, hiring promiscuity, and participating in various sexual activities, all of which he was forced to endure while living with Mr. Combs to work on his album. In the state, he accused Diddy of running an underground criminal organization, which, if proven true, could not only ruin Diddy's reputation, but also lead to jail time. The accusations were extreme. Jones also claimed he had undeniable proof of Diddy being involved in buying, using, and distributing illegal drugs like ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms. When Lil Rod's allegations went public, the reaction was intense. Fans took to social media in droves to show their support. Hashtags like #Justice for Lil Rod and #Expose Diddy started trending, and many people praised Lil Rod for his courage. They felt like he was finally pulling back a curtain on the dark side of the music industry, a side that often goes unseen by the public. Of course, not everyone was on Lil Rod's side. Some industry veterans and longtime fans of Diddy defended him, saying that Diddy had always been a mentor and had helped shape the careers of many successful artists. Diddy's camp quickly issued a statement denying all of the accusations and saying that he had always worked to support his artists, not exploit them. The backlash didn't stop Lil Rod. He kept pushing forward, and as more artists started speaking out, the conversation around the power dynamics of the music industry grew louder. After Lil Rod's allegations against Diddy, things only got more intense. What had started as accusations of shady business deals soon opened the door to even darker revelations about Diddy's lifestyle. Now the focus shifted to a whole different side of Diddy's life, his infamous freak-out party. These events weren't just lavish gatherings for the rich and famous. They were rumored to be the epicenter of wild, drug-fueled parties with shocking sexual acts that have left many speechless. Diddy, known for his larger-than-life persona, was no stranger to throwing extravagant parties. From exclusive mansions in the Hamptons to high-end hotels, Diddy's events always attracted top-tier celebrities in the industry and society. But while his public parties were legendary, full of A-list guests and paparazzi, there were whispers of much wilder, secretive gatherings happening behind closed doors, events that would later be referred to as freak-off parties. Unlike the glamorous, open-to-the-public parties like the White Party Diddy was known for, these freak-off events were private, invitation-only affairs. Guests were chosen carefully, and what went on inside was kept under tight wraps. But over time, rumors began to surface, and first-hand accounts started leaking out. These weren't your typical Hollywood fashion. According to multiple reports, the freak-off parties were centered around heavy drug use and shocking sexual activities that crossed serious moral and legal boundaries. Rachel Kennedy, a former topless dancer who encountered Diddy in Tokyo during the early 2000s, was one of the first to give a clear picture of what these gatherings were like. She recalled being invited back to Diddy's hotel after meeting him at a strip club, where she and her friends expected to be a regular party turned out to be far from ordinary. Kennedy described scenes where drugs flowed freely, and things quickly escalated into what she described as wild sexual performances. According to reports, many women and men were brought in against their will, drugged and forced to perform naked for Diddy's guests. Most times, they would get taken into private chambers by the guests while they were being recorded. Lil Rod claimed that Diddy kept these footage to use as blackmail against anyone who ever tried to expose him in his activity. 50 Cent, in a recount on the last time he got invited to a freak-off party, talked about how he felt uncomfortable walking into the place. He said there was no respect for boundaries and everyone was touching each other in ways that they should. Many other people also came forward to talk about how wild these parties were, talking about the abundance of drugs and sex toys that were present. As the revelations about Diddy's secretive freak-off parties came to light, the scandal surrounding him only deepened. But the fallout didn't stop there. It quickly spiraled into a series of accusations that led to the music mogul's arrest and eventual incarceration. Diddy goes to jail. It all started with a lawsuit in late 2023 when Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, came forward with shocking claims of abuse. Her civil lawsuit, filed under New York's Adult Survivors Act, set off a chain reaction that opened the floodgates for more allegations. Several other women, including Joy Dickerson Neal and Liza Gardner, followed Cassie's lead, each bringing their own painful stories to light, accusing Diddy of sexual abuse, manipulation, and exploitation. It wasn't long before these claims caught the attention of federal authorities. In early 2024, federal agents executed raids on Diddy's properties in Los Angeles and Miami. The investigation had escalated significantly, leading to the seizure of firearms and other evidence that hinted at much deeper criminal activity. What shocked many was that Diddy wasn't just facing allegations of abuse, but accusations of organizing a crime of abuse. He was linked to racketeering, kidnapping, extraction, and even drug distribution. It seemed like every corner of Diddy's empire had been stained with illegal activity. By March 2024, Diddy's legal troubles reached a new level. After being stopped at a Miami Opa-locka airport en route to the Bahamas, Diddy and his crew were raided by the federal investigation. The authorities seized his cell phones as part of their evidence-gathering process, signaling the seriousness of the charges he was facing. One of the key figures arrested during the raid was Brendan Paul, an associate of Diddy. Paul was caught with suspected cocaine and marijuana, and was accused of helping Diddy acquire and distribute drugs. Footage of Diddy getting tense rapidly. Influential figures named in the case included Stevie J, former music producer, and Diddy's head of security, Kareem Muhammad, who was Michael Jackson's head of security before he died. These individuals were said to have played a key role in Diddy's operation, either helping cover up his links to illegal activity. Another raid was carried out in his place of being accused of using his business and influence to run an extensive criminal operation, and forcing victims into behaving free-falls, to engaging in bribery, and covering up his actions through intimidation. The indictment painted Diddy as someone who used his power to exploit others for personal gain. If convicted, he faces the possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison. Diddy's legal team, led by attorney Mark Agnifilo, argued that these accusations were baseless, and Diddy maintained his innocence throughout. Despite these assertions, the evidence continued to pile up against him. Diddy's downfall isn't just a personal tragedy, but has also implicated many others in the entertainment industry. Some of the biggest names in music and fashion, like his mentor Andre Harris and music executive Clive Davis and Ethiopia Hatunaria, were linked to the scandal. Allegations surfaced that these influential figures may have shielded Diddy from legal consequences for years, protecting him while enabling his behavior. Even his close relationships with political figures like former President Bill Clinton were called into question, as people wondered just how far Diddy's influence stretched. Diddy versus R. Kelly. Diddy is currently facing charges that could potentially end his very successful career in transportation for prostitution, invoking the same RICO Act used against R. Kelly. The RICO Act, originally designed to combat organized crime, is being used once again to prosecute a high-profile individual. In Diddy's case, prosecutors claim that he led an enterprise that engaged in a range of criminal activity, including trafficking, murder, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. This enterprise, much like Kelly's, allegedly used Diddy's fame and resources to manipulate and control those around him. The use of the RICO statute against Diddy followed the same
You heard?
as the case against R. Kelly. It allows prosecutors to frame Diddy not just as an individual committing crimes, but as the leader of an organized effort to facilitate recovery of crime. This strategy widens up the scope of the prosecution and makes it easier to include a wide range of evidence and testimony. Diddy's empire is vast, encompassing record labels, studio, clothing line, marketing agency, and a liquor business. According to the indictment, this enterprise had dual purposes: promoting Diddy and his business venture and managing his alleged criminal activity. Prosecutors claim that Diddy used his employees, including security personnel, domestic staff, and personal assistants, to carry out and cover up these crimes. The indictment describes a decade-long pattern of abuse, threats, and coercion. Diddy allegedly used his power of influence to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and cover up his misconduct. Victims were reportedly paid off, manipulated with employment opportunities, and supplied with drugs to maintain their compliance. Members of his entourage witnessed acts of violence but chose to cover them up rather than intervene. One of the most disturbing incidents in Diddy's case involves his ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Cassidy Ventura. In 2016, a video surfaced showing Combs attacking Ventura. Although the statute of limitations had expired, prosecutors included this incident as evidence to support the racketeering conspiracy charge. While there are striking similarities between the cases against Diddy and R. Kelly, there are also key differences. Kelly's victims included underage girls, making it impossible for them to consent sexual activity. In contrast, Diddy has not been charged with victimizing minors. His defense team argues that his alleged victims were willing participants, a distinction that could play an important role in the trial's outcome. The charges against Diddy are very serious and bear a close similarity to those made against Kelly. However, the question of consent could emerge as a key element of Diddy's defense. His attorneys will likely argue that the alleged victims were willing participants in consensual activity. Diddy's attorney claims the case centers on a single victim, while federal prosecutors insist there are multiple victims. The defense argues that consensual sex between adults is legal, as long as there is no force, fraud, or coercion. The only chance Diddy has of winning this case is if witnesses testify and jurors believe it was consensual. He's not going to argue that it didn't happen or that it was someone else. The defense will focus on proving that the activities were consensual and that there was no coercion involved. In comparison to Kelly's own case, his underage victims could not consent, making his defense much more challenging. The pinnacle of Diddy's defense would be that this distinction could be very crucial in the outcome.
Don't you just allow niggas allow niggas to think whatever they want to think about nowadays. You just gonna have to let them. I let them alone. They got an imagination. Little niggas just running wild. This for Dog. No Diddy. You don't listen to Drake. Keep it fully for Fulio. And I hustle for Nipsey. Gotta stay righteous, GG. Life's what you make it, bros. Can't love the candy, it's gonna be simple what you make it, GG's. Run your shit up.
going on in their personal lives, the legal issues that they're facing. When it comes to Puff, I do think many fans
Sleep
will be
dreams. Yeah.
despite the allegations.
Yeah, in the elevator. Whose elevator? God's elevator. You put God first. That's right. That it got simple works.
Streaming platforms on the other.
Nice what you make it. Can't love it, can't hate it. It's gonna be simple what you make it. I ride Luther King X. Don't forget Kennedy. It's doing husband and much right here on YouTube. The dollar. We're in the elevator. The dollar. Scuba Dollar Salon for School Steve. Oh.
It has been 17 years since Diddy had a top 10 hit. Still, his career and cultural contributions continue to be celebrated. In 2022, he received a Lifetime Achievement Award at the BET Awards. Last year, he performed at the MTV VMAs and released his fifth studio album, the Love Album Off the Grid, which was nominated for Best Progressive R&B Album at the Grammy Awards. The lawsuits against Diddy began in November 2023 when singer Cassie Ventura sued him for claiming years of sexual abuse, including in June, a video surfaced showing Diddy attacking Cassie in a Los Angeles hotel hallway in 2016, resulting in public outrage. Howard University cut ties with Diddy, taking back his honorary degree and disbanding a scholarship program in his name. He returned his key to New York City after a request from Mayor Eric Adams. A forthcoming Hulu reality show following Diddy and his family was also canceled. I also do think that certain accolades, industry awards, I could see them being rescinded. But who knows what the future holds? As time goes on, sometimes the effect is that people do look at the past with rose-colored glasses, or it becomes easier to remove ourselves from the next.
Check in, GG's.
I think Diddy is basically cancer. I don't see him making a comeback. His music is not that great to not be able to
Look at it's story time.
My hope is that folks don't use Diddy's example.
If there's angels in the outfield, them niggas is on win. Yeah, always gotta stay more righteous. I thought I win. I thought you heard. You gotta honestly stand on business. So when you standing on business, that's what you make it. You can love, you can hate it. Don't be simple what you make it. I thought
While some fans may continue to separate the art from the artist, others are dealing with the implications of supporting an artist accused of such serious crime. The impact on Diddy's legacy is undeniable, and the future of his career remains uncertain. Sean Diddy Combs, the titan of the music industry, now faces a legacy destroyed by allegations that have shaken the world. As the legal battles unfold, the question remains, can the art be separated from the artist, or will Diddy's legacy be forever overshadowed by the darkness of his actions?
Based on the size of the raid, I expect charging in a matter of days. This may be the beginning of the end.
Things are not looking up for Diddy, and the past couple months have been nothing but hell for the music mogul. From lawsuits to now being raided by the feds, it's becoming clearer by the day that someone somewhere has been talking.
Tonight, the New York Post is reporting that alleged victims of Diddy have been talking a lot.
And apart from those victims cooperating with the feds, there's reports that Diddy is in possession of disturbing footage from cameras that were hidden in rooms in his housing.
They include multiple lawsuits involving allegations of sex workers, hidden cameras, and compromising recordings of celebrities and politicians.
And now Diddy is being called the Epstein of the music industry. So what exactly is going on? Hidden cameras in Diddy's housing.
Bill Rod believes that Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person that has attended his freak-off parties and his house parties.
Even though Diddy has been accused of horrifying acts over the past few months, no one was ready for Lil Rod's explosive lawsuit. The contents are something straight from the espionage film and have people comparing Diddy to Jeffrey Epstein. What is even more shocking is that there seems to be a direct link between the two, which we will get to later on in the video. And it seems Diddy was using Epstein-like tactics to run his empire. All this was exposed in Lil Rod's lawsuit against Diddy. According to the lawsuit, Diddy allegedly had hundreds of hidden cameras strategically placed in his residences in Los Angeles, New York City, and Atlanta. These cameras were discovered by Rodney Lil Rod Jones, a record producer who worked closely with Diddy. The lawsuit also includes disturbing allegations of sexual misconduct, forced drug use, and grooming.
We're back with new allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Sean Diddy Combs. Rodney Lil Rod Jones, producer of Combs' latest album, filed a lawsuit Monday. He alleges that Combs sexually harassed and assaulted him while he lived in several of Combs' homes.
According to Lil Rod, Diddy has been secretly recording explicit sex tapes of various celebrities and politicians, using hidden cameras strategically placed throughout his lavish home during his notorious freak-off parties. In a bold move, Lil Rod has filed a lawsuit against Diddy for sexual assault, seeking justice for himself and the countless others who may have fallen victims to Diddy's alleged voyeuristic tendencies. traveling with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones discovered that Mr. Combs has hidden cameras in every one of his homes. Mr. Jones believes that Mr. Combs has recordings of defendants Lucia Charles Reed, Ethiopia Happy Martin, as well as other celebrities, music label executives, politicians, and athletes. The implications of these claims are nothing short of staggering. If true, Diddy's secret sex tapes could potentially expose the private lives of some of the most influential and powerful individuals in the world, from A-list celebrities to high-ranking politicians. No one would be safe from the prying eyes of Diddy's hidden cameras. It is important to note that Lil Rod alleges these individuals were recorded without their knowledge or consent, making the situation even more disturbing. The violation of privacy and the potential damage to reputation cannot be understood. The mere existence of these compromising tapes raises questions about the lengths Diddy was willing to go to obtain such intimate footage. These individuals were recorded without their knowledge or consent, and as is the case with the homosexual sex tape of Stephen J., Mr. Combs Jones. Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person that is attending his free golf parties and such. Upon information and belief due to this treasure trove of evidence he has in his possession, Mr. Combs believes that he is above the law and is untouchable. The lawsuit goes. Jones alleges that Combs showed him a recording of American DJ, record producer, and television personality Stevie J engaging in intercourse with a man. According to Jones, Combs used this recording as a way to manipulate and solicit him, suggesting that such behavior was common in the music. Diddy knew Jones looked up to and idolized Stevie J, and used the recording as a way to solicit him. This is a normal practice in the music industry. Look even Stevie J is doing. Combs reportedly told his. These hidden cameras were not the only disturbing aspect of Diddy's alleged act. Jones also accuses Diddy of engaging in sexual misconduct, forcing drug use, and grooming. It is claimed that Diddy regularly partied with sex workers and underage men, requiring them to sign non-disclosure agreements. The attendees of these parties were allegedly being drugged and trafficked. The court documents further allege that Diddy operated a sex trafficking venture with his chief of staff, Christina Peroni, and his 30-year-old son, Justin Dior Combs. The shocking nature of these allegations is truly disturbing, as they involve the exploitation of vulnerable individuals for personal gain. Jones also claims that Diddy used threats, force, fraud, and coercion to involve minors in commercial sex acts. He further alleges that Diddy pressured him to hire prostitutes in Miami where sex work was illegal. The extent of Diddy's alleged involvement in these illegal activities is truly shocking and raises serious questions about his character and the company he keeps. But the scandal doesn't end there. Jones accuses Diddy of setting him up to be assaulted by actor Cuba Gooding Jr., according to the court file. Gooding Jr. touched, wrote, and harmed Jones in the yacht. It is claimed that Diddy had control over Gooding Jr.'s actions and failed to intervene to stop the assault. The details of this alleged assault are deeply disturbing and add another layer of darkness to the already shocking allegations against Diddy. Diddy has vehemently denied all the allegations against him. His attorney, Sean Howard, has called Jones a liar and accused him of seeking an undeserved favor. Howard has stated that the events described by Jones are pure fiction and simply did not happen. As the legal battle unfolds, the truth behind these shocking allegations will hopefully be revealed. One thing that stands out in Lil Rod's lawsuit are the fruit. This is not the first time fruit has been mentioned in association with Diddy. Patsy Ventura's lawsuit against Diddy back in late 2023 revealed the sick nature of these parties.
Sex workers, and like they would have, sex with her or whatever. He would watch.
In her lawsuit, Cassie alleges she was forced to participate in freak-offs throughout her relationship with Diddy.
It all started on November 16th with Cassandra Elizabeth Ventura, alias Patsy, filed a lawsuit against Diddy in federal court. The allegations she made were nothing short of shocking. The singer and actress was involved in a relationship with Diddy from 2007 to 2018. Cassie accused Diddy of keeping a decade-long pattern of abuse. These allegations sent shockwaves through the music industry and left fans and followers stunned. After years in silence and darkness, I am finally ready to tell my story and speak up on behalf of myself and for the benefit of other women who face violence and abuse in their relationships. With the expiration of New York's Adult Survivors Act fast approaching, it became clear that this was an opportunity to
watching this.
Venus is often called Earth's evil twin. The thing is,
we know evolution is full of accident and contingency, and we do expect on other planets probably photosynthesis evolves, like the ability to use sunlight. I would not expect
Built as gargantuan tombs of shining white limestone, the pyramids were designed to hide dark secrets of the dead for eternity. For thousands of years, they have prompted fantastic myths and legends, as well as real and baffling scientific riddles. How were these mausoleums constructed, hundreds of feet high, true to within inches? Why was a nation devoted to housing its dead? Who were the men who hauled billions of tons of stone? Tons of stone.
In 1993, German engineer Rudolf Dadenbrink was inside the Great Pyramid of Giza studying an unexplored shaft in the Queen's Chamber. What's interesting about this shaft is that unlike the two shafts found in the King's Chamber, they don't open up to the outside. Instead, they seemingly go about 10 feet into the wall and lead to a dead end, meaning the purpose of them was still unknown. So Rudolf created a little rope.
There are many great mysteries in our world today, and some of them are of a human nature, while others may be more cosmic in tone. And then there are the historical mysteries that should be easy to solve and are anything but. Arguably, one of the biggest of these mysteries is the one that concerns the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's a very special artifact from the ancient times that people have been trying to figure out in terms of its construction. And given the time period it is dated,
If you're taking a trip with your friends, why pay for 4 hotel rooms to stay apart from your friends? Airbnb is taking over for less.
Today on Nadiana Island,
You are a special person, and you deserve to be treated like one by your artist.
Metro agrees. That's why new and existing customers are treated the same with Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join or fast deals when you stay. Only at Metro.
Most people know that pyramids were built as grand tombs for the pharaohs, designed to ensure they had a smooth journey to the afterlife. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, was constructed for the pharaoh Khufu. But what most people don't know is that this whole pyramid building trend started right here with the step pyramid of Djoser about 4,700 years ago. This massive structure was built for Pharaoh Djoser, a ruler from Egypt's 3rd dynasty. It rises 7 layers high above the ground and stands about 200 feet tall. We think of it today as a phenomenal architectural project, but for ancient Egyptians, the step pyramid of Djoser turned out to be more like a massive experiment, a trial run, if you will, to perfect their building skills before they moved on to even more ambitious pyramids. Reaching new heights is super exciting, but the real mystery is what is going on below the ground. In this pyramid's underground labyrinth, there is a network of tunnels stretching about 3.5 miles long, and some researchers believe these tunnels might have been part of a sophisticated water system that could completely change what we think about pyramid construction. Let's talk about this massive complex located in Saqqara. Surrounding the pyramid, there's what's known as a dry moat, a continuous trench that is up to 164 feet wide and almost 2 miles long. It forms a sort of rectangular shape around the pyramid. This trench has an average depth of about 65 feet. Now, if you were to add up all the earth and rock they dug out to create this moat, it would be about 10 times the volume of the step pyramid itself. For the longest time, people just assumed this trench was nothing more than a huge quarry, a place where they dug up stone and clay to build the step pyramid. Makes sense, right? But when you take a closer look, it doesn't add up. The trench is too narrow and deep to be practical for mining, and its layout doesn't match anything we know about ancient Egyptian quarrying methods. Plus, some sections of the trench are actually covered with a rocky ceiling, which would have made it nearly impossible to use as a quarry. Another theory suggests that the dry moat had some kind of spiritual significance. Maybe it was a sacred place where souls of nobles gathered to serve the late king in the afterlife. There are even niches in the walls that work as a hint at this spiritual function. But most researchers believe that this purpose likely developed much later, long after the complex was built for Joseph. So what was the moat really designed for? In 2020, a researcher came up with a pretty intriguing idea. It is possible that this trench was actually designed to collect and manage water, especially after heavy rainfalls. Now, that makes sense when you consider the location. The moat sits in an area that could easily have been flooded by runoff water from nearby plains. This could also explain why the trench wasn't used for new graves until much later, when the climate became drier and less prone to flooding. The story becomes even more intriguing, as this trench appears to be part of a larger, more complex hydraulic system within the Djoser complex. It is like the trench has several compartments, carefully carved out of the rock and connected by tunnels. These compartments likely serve as a part of a water treatment system. The water would flow from one compartment to the next, getting cleaner as it moved along. Now, here's where things start to tie into the pyramid itself. The Djoser complex is a series of underground shafts, and some researchers think that water from the moat's deep trench might have been used to power a hydraulic lift system, and this giant water-powered elevator could have been used to raise the heavy stones needed to build the pyramid. It looked like a volcano, but instead of lava, water did the heavy lifting. Imagine a big deep hole in the ground at the center of the pyramid's sun. Inside this hole, there was a huge wooden platform, kind of like a giant ramp that could move up and down. When the workers wanted to lift a heavy stone, they would fill the hole with water. As the water rose, the wooden platform started to float up, carrying the stone with it, almost like a giant water-powered elevator.
Oh.
Stone reached the right height, the workers slid it off the platform and onto the pyramid. The idea is that water from a deep trench, after being cleaned and filtered, would flow into these shafts. A massive float, possibly made of wood, would then rise as the water filled the shaft, lifting the stones up to where they were needed for construction. Once the stone was in place, they'd let the water out, lowering the platform back down to the bottom, ready to lift the next stone. This fancy hydraulic lift system could have been a game changer, making the whole building process a lot faster and more efficient without using a lot of workforce. It is like the ancient Egyptians were already embracing the whole idea of work smarter, not harder. But of course, not everyone is on board with this theory. Some experts argue that the area where the step pyramid of Djoser was built couldn't have held enough water from occasional rains to maintain such a fancy hydraulic system. The main theory suggests that, in the past, there might have been some kind of lake nearby that would have filled up after a period of rain, and this lake could have supplied water to the complex's hydraulic system.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes.
Feast your eyes on this.
That's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
Like in a bag. That's pretty cool.
Take notes. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
We should do this more often.
We kept on filling the plug with the new iPhone 16 Pro Max and fill it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
But there is no mention of such a lake in any ancient Egyptian writings, so it might be more of a what-if situation than a reality. And then there's the issue of the hard work itself. Remember when I said this method could have allowed the ancient builders to raise stones with far less effort? Well, that might not be entirely true. According to some experts, just building this hydraulic device would have required a lot more heavy work than simply moving the stone blocks using good old-fashioned manpower. And let's not forget, the step pyramid of Djoser is like a baby pyramid compared to those that came later. The stones used for Djoser's pyramid weighed, on average, about 660 pounds each, which is nothing compared to the more than 2.5-ton blocks used later for the pyramid of Chephren. If this cool water lift theory gets completely ruled out, we still need to explain how this pyramid was built in the first place. To answer that, we need to rewind a bit and talk about the original plans. See, before Djoser's tomb became a pyramid, the idea was to construct a simple mastaba. This type of tomb was pretty common in earlier periods, a flat-roofed, rectangular structure with sloping sides. But after the original mastaba was finished, they decided to expand it a bit by adding more layers on top. And then they added even more layers, until the construction reached 6 distinctive steps, each one smaller than the previous. And they probably did all this by raising those heavy stones using ramps, not a water-powered elevator. There is still so much we don't know about the step pyramid of Djoser. More research is definitely needed to fully understand how this system worked, or if it even existed at all. But the idea of using water to help build a pyramid adds a whole new layer to our understanding of ancient Egyptian engineering. It's a powerful reminder of just how clever and resourceful those builders were, using the natural landscape and the power of water to create one of the most iconic monuments in history. That's it for today. So hey, if you pacified your curiosity, then give the video a like and share it with your friends. Or if you want more, just click on it. rainforest is the most fascinating and most mysterious place of the Earth's surface today in the 21st century. It sprawls seemingly endlessly across a vast area of South America, roughly 6 billion square kilometers all in. An area of land that's about equivalent to 3/4 the size of the continental 48 United States. The majority of the rainforest, about 60% of it, is all contained within the borders of Brazil. But significant parts of it also extend out across the borders of parts of Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, Bolivia, Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, and French Guyana as well. This huge area of the continent of the Amazon covers.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Owner is not available.
Hey, Benji, I just got to the airport. I really hope you left already. You made it. There's only around 30 million total residents spread out all across it, which is even fewer people today than live in Poland. If the Amazon rainforest was its own independent country, it would be among the bottom 10 countries in the entire world in terms of average population density, with only about 5 human beings per square kilometer on average. But by far the largest single concentration of people within the Amazon rainforest region today is this random-looking blob of high population density almost in the dead center of it, which is the Brazilian city of Manaus, home to well over 2 million people today. Manaus is the 7th largest city in Brazil, but its weird location in the middle of the Amazon also makes it the most heavily isolated city in the entire Western Hemisphere, with a population of more than 1 million people, as there isn't a single other city of comparable size to it anywhere within 1,000 kilometers in every direction. And so, as you'd expect, actually physically getting yourself there doesn't work like most other cities do. There still aren't any paved roads that connect Manaus to the rest of the Brazilian core, thousands of kilometers away to the east. It's theoretically possible to drive from cities like Sao Paulo or Rio de Janeiro to Manaus, but for hundreds of kilometers along Brazilian Highway 319, the route is currently unpaved, and whenever it rains there, which, believe it or not, is a frequent occurrence in the rainforest, the unpaved road turns into a muddy quagmire with endless nothing all around it. No cell service, and no chance of getting a tow truck to bail yourself out. So that road is a pretty sketchy option to actually take. And even when you get to the other end of the highway close by to Manaus, you'll still have to take a ferry over to the city, since the entire length of the Amazon River still doesn't have a single bridge that crosses over it. The primary actually paved road that connects Manaus to the rest of the outside world runs to the north of it up towards Venezuela, Brazilian Highway 174. This route makes it, at least in theory, sort of possible to safely drive along paved roads to the rest of the Brazilian core. But the catch is that you'd have to travel all the way around through Venezuela, Colombia, and Peru just to re-enter back into Brazil again. Meaning that for most practical purposes, the only ways that most people from the rest of Brazil usually get to Manaus isn't by land, but by airplane or by taking a boat down the Amazon River itself, which is fully navigable to ocean-going vessels for about 2/3 of its course deep into the continental interior. Another similar blob of high population density in the middle of the modern Amazon is the Peruvian city of
See,
Iquitos.
what the hell? They
It's home to
fucking
around
up the whole
500,000
Amazon River.
people today, and is in theory even more isolated than Manaus is. Not because of distance from other large settlements, but because of logistics. Other than for a single 100-kilometer dead-end stretch of road that ends in the nearby town of Nauda, there aren't any other roads at all that connect Iquitos with anywhere in the outside world, which makes it the largest city in the world that can't be reached by road that isn't on an island. Iquitos exists precisely where it does because it sits at about the exact spot on the Amazon River that's still fully navigable all the way out to the Atlantic Ocean, which has always provided a free-to-use and easy-to-use superhighway for Peruvian and Brazilian merchants to take transporting the Amazon's resources out to the global market. Rather than using cars, trucks, or trains, the Amazon River itself provides nearly all of the transportation to the few big modern cities in the Amazon, like Manaus and Iquitos. So much so that when you travel along it, you'll even see floating gas stations and convenience stores for boats instead of cars. And so, as you'd expect, proper road infrastructure throughout the Amazon region is extremely hard to come by, and even the major clusters of people within it don't really have any major roads extending out from them, since the Amazon River is their primary method of transportation and connection to the outside world instead. This means that there are huge swaths of the Amazon rainforest that are completely absent of any roads at all, which makes driving through most of it an impossible feat, while trekking through the rainforest on foot is an extremely
extremely arduous process as well, simply because of the unbelievable density of trees here, once you get out beyond the major settlements and highways. It's been estimated that there are probably somewhere around 390 billion individual trees densely packed all throughout the Amazon rainforest, which is nearly 4 times as many stars as exist in the entire Milky Way galaxy. A single square kilometer of the forest can contain up to 150,000 individual trees and well over 90,000 tons of plant biomass. A fact that can be clearly seen when you look at images like these ones of the city of Manaus that butts right up against the boundary with the Amazon. On one side, you have a dense city that's like an island of civilization, and on the other, you literally have 1,000 kilometers of super dense, wild rainforest that's mostly just empty of people. So observing what the Amazon's actual surface looks like from the ground from anywhere beyond the Amazon River or from a handful of roads and settlements dotted throughout it has always been very difficult. While for most of modern history, observing what the Amazon surface looked like from the air with aircraft or even with satellites have also been practically impossible because of just how insanely dense and thick the rainforest canopy is everywhere throughout it. As a result, the vast surface area of the Amazon rainforest that lies beneath the canopy we can see from the sky easily contains the largest amount of unexplored, unmapped, and uncharted land area remaining anywhere on the Earth's surface in the 21st century, with some scientists arguing that we currently understand even less about it than we do the surface of Mars. That's why, in my view, it's the most mysterious and the most interesting place remaining on the map in the 21st century. And all of a sudden, very recently, modern advances in the fields of cartography and archaeology, like LiDAR scanning, are finally, after all this time, enabling us to penetrate through the previously impenetrable rainforest canopy, to see the Amazon surface like we've never seen it before. And the last blank space on the Earth's surface filled up by the world's biggest rainforest is finally beginning to get mapped out and filled in. And some of the things that we've already discovered down there, just over the past decade alone, have been so profoundly shocking they begin to upend our entire views on history and science in the process. And even more incredible discoveries down there are probably coming very soon. In order to understand why some of these recent discoveries beneath the Amazon canopy have been so shocking, you need to understand what the general historical view on the Amazon region has been within mainstream academia for centuries, how they came to those conclusions, and why they've all of a sudden, very recently this decade in the 2020s, begun to be proven incorrect. You see, for the past several centuries, the generally accepted mainstream view on the Amazon was that it had always been basically a pristine, largely untouched wilderness environment, mostly undisturbed and unaltered by human beings. This view was reinforced by the fact that for the past several centuries, pretty much ever since Europeans first arrived in the Americas, the Amazon has always appeared to be very sparsely populated by indigenous people in groups no larger than on a hunter-gatherer tribal scale, largely because the soil quality throughout the Amazon rainforest is extremely poor and sterile, and not very helpful for large-scale agriculture that would be necessary for larger, more complex civilizations. But this is a pretty weird thing to consider at first, because it almost seems counterintuitive when you say that the soil quality in the Amazon is terrible for crop farming, while it simultaneously supports more than 390 billion trees in the densest and most biodiverse forest in the world. But the reason for this is very interesting. You see, one of the primary sources of nutrients for all of the plants in the Amazon rainforest actually comes from a highly unexpected source, far away on a completely different continent. Here at the southernmost edge of the Sahara Desert in central Chad lies the Lodele Depression, an ancient dried-up lake bed that used to be a part of the primordial Lake Mega-Chad until it was consumed by the expansion of the Sahara several thousand years ago. Now, the dried-up lake bed in the Lodele Depression here contains massive amounts of exposed rock minerals composed of dead microorganisms that are chock full of phosphorus, an essential nutrient that fertilizes plants for growth. The powerful trade winds that whip across the Sahara from east to west will then pick up enormous amounts of Saharan dust, including phosphorus-rich dust from around the Lodele Depression, and will then continue carrying all of that dust for thousands of kilometers through the air across the Atlantic and towards South America, where about 28 billion tons of Saharan dust will fall across the Amazon rainforest around an average year, including about 22,000 tons of phosphorus that was picked up from the Lodele Depression in Chad. provides the Amazon with vitally needed nutrients. But because rainfall throughout the Amazon rainforest is extremely high, these nutrients that arrive from the Sahara are always rapidly washed out from the soil and eventually drained down into the Amazon River itself, which means that the trees and other plants in the Amazon have evolved to essentially pull up the nutrients from the soil about as soon as they're deposited there. Moreover, the very high year-round temperatures in the rainforest and the high humidity levels means that dead organic material like leaves and fallen plants or trees decompose extremely rapidly, which means that their stored nutrients are released and lost very rapidly and reconsumed by other plants and fungi before they can ever be deposited into the soil. This all means that the soils of the Amazon never really gain any buildup of nutrients at all, since all of the trees and the other plants within the rainforest are literally living on the recycled nutrients of all the other trees around them. And so the soils themselves are effectively sterile and useless for agriculture, which is why, historically, most of the scientific community considered large-scale agriculture in the Amazon region to be impossible, which is why they believe that the existence of large-scale, complex indigenous societies within the Amazon were also impossible as well. The prominent American archaeologist Betty Meggers, who specialized in South American anthropology through the Smithsonian Institution throughout the 20th century, was a very well-known advocate of this idea. She wrote a whole book that was published in 1971 titled Amazonia, Man and Culture in a Counterfeit Paradox, in which she argued that without agriculture in the Amazon being possible, the maximum population density that the Amazon rainforest could naturally support through hunting and gathering was only 0.2 people per square kilometer. And so, the Amazon had to be an extremely sparsely populated place throughout its entire history as a result. This view was reinforced over centuries by the fact that European settlers and explorers and their descendants only ever seemed to encounter small tribes of indigenous people in the rainforest, hundreds of which continue to exist across the remote depths of the Amazon still today. In fact, it's estimated that still today, even in the 21st century, the Amazon rainforest is so vast, so remote, and so difficult to access from the outside that there are still around 100 or so indigenous tribes dotted throughout it who remain so-called uncontacted, maintaining their traditional hunter-gatherer lifestyles like their ancestors have for thousands of years with little, if any, contact with the outside world. The Amazon is the host of the largest number of remaining uncontacted people in the world today, and while estimates of their exact numbers are highly varied, it's generally believed there are around 10,000 of them scattered throughout the rainforest, hiding from the outside world. Only observed by us every so often from striking aerial photographs like these ones I'm showing to you right now. But they aren't really uncontacted in the way we think they are. They're pretty much all universally aware of the existence of the outside world and have a very long history of contact with us. But they voluntarily choose to hide and remain isolated in the rainforest because they deeply fear what the outside world will do to them if they're found. Over the past several centuries, since the arrival of Europeans, and even over just the past few decades in recent living memory, countless numbers of these isolated Amazonian tribes have been massacred and enslaved by the outsiders. Across the late 19th and early 20th century, when the importance of rubber as a strategic material exploded, the rubber tree that's naturally indigenous to the Amazon basin correspondingly exploded in value and importance as well. It resulted in an unprecedented surge of European colonists flocking into the Amazon basin to strike out their fortunes, and was the catalyst for the growth of the few big Amazonian cities along the navigable stretch of the Amazon River, like Manaus and Iquitos I mentioned previously. However, as the demand for labor on the growing Amazonian rubber plantations expanded, the European owners of the plantation engaged in massive slave raids on the Amazon's indigenous populations and forced hundreds of thousands of them to work on the rubber plantations in appalling conditions with extremely high mortality rates, as high as 90% in some instances, that some historians have compared in scale and brutality to the Holocaust or the Armenian genocide. In the aftermath of the rubber boom in the mid to late 20th century, the indigenous survivors of this genocide in the Amazon fled into the most remote and difficult to access depths of the rainforest, with their memories of the horrors the outside world inflicted upon them passed down through the generations. So, rather than keeping themselves hidden from the outside world because they just prefer to keep their more traditional, simple lifestyles, they really keep themselves hidden out of this very deeply ingrained fear of what the outside world will do to them again if contact with us is ever reestablished. A fear that hasn't helped out very much by the action of loggers, miners, missionaries, drug traffickers, and even anthropologists in recent history either. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, the Brazilian government basically treated the Amazon basin as an empty place full of resources that was holding the country's development back, and the indigenous people within were largely sidelined or even killed. One indigenous tribe in the Rondônia region of the Brazilian Amazon was almost completely massacred by Brazilian gunmen hired by ranchers and settlers there in the 1970s, down to only a single survivor, a man who kept on living a militantly reclusive and distant life in the rainforest for decades, up until he passed away from natural causes just a few years ago in 2022. For decades, nobody alive knew anything about the man, not his name, his language, or the name of his extinct tribe. But they well understood his fears and his intense desire to be left alone from the outside world, as he frequently shot arrows at anyone who ever attempted to initiate contact with them for years. He eventually gained the nickname of the Man of the Hole due to the deep ditches he would frequently dig around his campsites for protection. The Brazilian Ministry of Native People discovered him in the late 1990s, eventually fenced off the entire area where the man lived and created a nature reserve out of the area in 2007. Became this isolated island of forest with a lone, uncontacted indigenous man inside of it, surrounded by a sea of deforested cattle ranches, until the man inside died of natural causes in 2022, leaving his unknown tribe's modern genocide ultimately completed. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, the Brazilian government tried to establish peaceful contact with indigenous tribes in the Amazon by setting up trading posts in the rainforest with metal tools and other useful objects. The posts would occasionally lead to violent interactions with the tribes and would frequently spread outside diseases to the tribes that they lacked any immunities to, in a process that has gone on ever since Europeans first discovered the New World a half millennia ago, which would sometimes wipe out half of a tribe's population within only a matter of weeks. These disasters eventually led the Brazilian Department of Unknown Tribes to take a radically different approach, starting in 1987. Decided that isolated tribes in the Amazon shouldn't ever be contacted by the outside world at all unless they, the tribes, voluntarily chose to initiate contact first, creating a sort of real-world crime directive from Star Trek in the process. This was also a part of the late 20th century Brazilian government's creation of the indigenous territories across the country that are heavily concentrated within the Brazilian Amazon. There are currently more than 700 areas set aside for exclusive use by the country's indigenous population, including the Vale do Javari in the far west of the Brazilian Amazon here, which is believed to contain the highest concentration of uncontacted people in the entire Amazon, and by extension, in the entire world. The territory is roughly the same size as Portugal, and it's completely illegal for any unqualified outsider to enter into it. And it contains an estimated 14 separate uncontacted tribes within it, numbering around 2,000 people all in all, who are occasionally observed by the Brazilian government from the air, which is where most of these striking aerial photographs of uncontacted people in the Amazon come from. The Vale do Javari itself is part of a much wider area today that's known as the uncontacted frontier, an arc of the remote western Amazon region that straddles the border between Brazil, Peru, and Bolivia. That's arguably the single most remote location anywhere on the Earth's surface that remains in the 21st century. Nowhere else in the world today are there more uncontacted people than here, including a highly elusive tribe known as the Mashco Quiro on the Peruvian side of the uncontacted frontier. Around 50 of whom were recently seen and photographed by an organization known as Survival International in July of 2024, during a very rare encounter with the outside world. Because of these very recent photos and this encounter, the Mashco Quiro are now believed to be the single largest uncontacted tribe remaining in the Amazon and in the world, probably numbering around 750 total individuals. Their location was also notably captured here, only a few kilometers away from an active logging company, which Survival International says threatens the tribe's continued existence. Critics of the Brazilian system of indigenous territories argue that they permanently reserve about 13% of the country's total land area to a small population of indigenous people that only make up 0.4% of Brazil's total population. And with that much land full of valuable resources getting locked out from development is holding the country's economic development and potential prosperity back in the process. Illegal logging, ranching, and mining within several of the indigenous territories is already a relatively common practice. The The arguments in favor of preserving the system aren't just for the rights of the indigenous people who live there, but also to protect the unknown scale of the biodiversity in the Amazon and the unknown species of plants and animals that are almost certainly still existing there, currently unknown to science. We have understood for a very long time now that the Amazon is by far the most biodiverse ecosystem on the planet. It's estimated that a whopping 1 in every 10 known species in the world lives just within the Amazon rainforest, including at least 2.5 million species of insects, tens of thousands of plant species, and around 2,000 bird and mammal species, along with a whopping 1 in every 5 fish species which live in the Amazon rivers and streams. There's a scientific study from 2001 that concluded just a quarter of a square kilometer in the Amazon rainforest in Ecuador was capable of supporting more than 1,100 separate individual species of tree. The biodiversity of species within the rainforest is so high compared to any other location in the world that brand new Amazon species are still being cataloged by the scientific community just about every single day on average. According to the Brazilian National Institute of Amazonian Research, headquartered in Manaus, an estimated 60% of the tree species within the Amazon have yet to be properly cataloged and identified. And there's no telling how many insect, bird, reptile, and mammal species remain undiscovered deep within it as well. Some of the most recent animal discoveries made in the Amazon have been particularly interesting, such as this red-striped monkey that was only discovered in 2015, this species of dart frog that was only found in 1999, this bald parrot that was only discovered in 1999 as well, or this unique species of blind and bright red catfish that was only discovered in the waters of the Amazon in 2007. There's even a huge new species of northern green anaconda that was only very recently discovered in the Amazon by researchers this year in 2024. That could potentially be the biggest snake species in the world, though that's currently unconfirmed. Some Amazon researchers believe that the current pace of deforestation going on in the rainforest is destroying the remaining unknown species hidden there faster than they are being discovered. And there's probably entire species currently going extinct there before the scientific community even becomes aware of them. And there's always the very slight possibility that deep within the rainforest's most uncharted and unexplored depths, there could be exotic, large animal species that remain undiscovered as well. One of the biggest examples in recent history of a large, previously unknown animal species getting discovered by the scientific community was the case in the Saola, a large, forest-dwelling bovine creature that was only unexpectedly discovered deep within the jungles of rural Vietnam in 1992, and only first photographed in 1993. And the deepest depths of the Amazon are even more remote and difficult to access than where the Saola was discovered in Vietnam. So who knows? There's a very popular legend among several indigenous tribes in the Amazon of a mythical monster that's colloquially known as the Mavengurai. And while descriptions of the legend vary widely from tribe to tribe, there are some who believe that many of the descriptions of it closely match that of the giant ground sloth known as the Megatherium, which used to exist across the South American continent before it probably went extinct sometime around 11,000 years ago. The Megatherium was a giant ground sloth that was about the same size as a modern-day African elephant. And a very recent discovery in 2023 nearby to the Amazon of a set of Megatherium bones modified into jewelry appears to suggest that at some point in history, indigenous people in the Americas used to live side by side with the giant ground sloth, the knowledge of which could have potentially been passed down orally from generation to generation, and eventually became the basis for the modern Mavengurai myths. But that hasn't stopped some people from speculating that the continued reportings of the Mavengurai by indigenous tribes in the Amazon suggest that the Megatherium could still have survived after all this time somewhere deep inside of the rainforest. But that's probably not the most likely possibility, because a creature of that enormous a size would leave behind major signs of its existence, like carcasses, hair, droppings, remains of predator droppings, and much more, that have to date never actually been found. And even though the Amazon is a big and remote place, hiding a creature of that size for this long would still probably be almost impossible. But that doesn't mean it isn't still fun to think about and speculate. If a large, living, extant land animal currently unknown to science was going to exist anywhere on the Earth's surface today, it probably would be somewhere deep within the Amazon, hidden beneath the canopy. And while one of the most fascinating recent scientific discoveries made within the Amazon wasn't of a large, legendary living animal, it was still just about as exciting as blood anyway. In 2011, a geoscientist named Andres Russo, who grew up in Peru, Nicaragua, and the United States, had heard legends dating back to his childhood of a boiling hot river that supposedly existed somewhere deep within the Amazon. So that year, he set out on an expedition deep within the rainforest of central Peru to try and see if he could find it. And sure enough, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest active volcano, he stumbled upon the legendary boiling river, now known to the outside world as the Chanate of Pishka, a fully flowing 6.5-kilometer long river whose waters average a scalding temperature of nearly 86 degrees Celsius, or 186 Fahrenheit. Not exactly boiling, technically speaking, but still hot enough to almost instantly kill any animal or person unfortunate enough to fall inside. The local indigenous people had, of course, known about the boiling river in the Amazon for generations, until Russo's encounter with the river in 2011. It remained completely unknown to the rest of us in the outside world, outside of legend, and it's now understood to be the longest and hottest boiling river known in the world. A natural wonder as wide as a 2-lane street and nearly 5 meters or 16 feet deep in places. Made even more puzzling that it isn't volcanic activity that causes the river to get so hot, but a geothermal feature beneath the area instead. And almost a century before Russo's expedition in the Peruvian Amazon revealed the boiling river to Western science based only on hearing about a legend, another Western explorer set out a series of expeditions across the Amazon based on hearing similar rumors and legends about long-lost civilizations and ruins, hidden deep within the Amazon despite the contrary academic consensus. A British man named Percy Harrison Fawcett. In the early 20th century, Fawcett became obsessed with finding a lost civilization in the Amazon rainforest that he believed existed, and which he steadily began to call the Lost City of Z. Part of his convictions on this lost civilization's existence stemmed from a historical record of early European explorers in the Amazon, like Francisco de Orellana, a Spanish conquistador who became the first European to sail through the entire length of the Amazon River between 1541 and 1542 during his search for the legendary city of El Dorado. During his early voyage through the Amazon, Orellana reported coming across several large indigenous cities that featured dense populations, organized armies, fortified towns, well-developed and maintained roads, and even monumental construction projects. Reporting that for centuries was widely believed to be nothing more than the wild exaggerations of a glory-hungry conquistador. Countless expeditions across the following centuries were made in the Amazon to try and find any traces of these lost cities, but none were ever successful. The legends have then inspired Fawcett to begin his own expeditions for them in the early 20th century. For nearly 20 years between 1906 and 1924, Fawcett took 7 expeditions throughout the Amazon region in search of his lost city of Z, with a heavy focus on the southeastern Amazon in Brazil and the western Amazon region in Bolivia and Peru. But over all that time, he never ended up discovering anything very substantial. No giant stone ruins, no lost cities, and only small bands of indigenous tribes in little villages. In 1925, Fawcett organized his 8th and ultimately final expedition to find the lost city of Z, along with his son, a friend, 2 horses, 8 mules, and a pair of dogs. They set out for the city of Cuiabá on the edge of the Amazon in western Brazil, and after they crossed the upper Xingu River into the rainforest itself, none of them were ever seen or heard from again, and simply vanished into the vastness of the Amazon forever. Their ultimate fates still unknown to us an entire century later. Fawcett's ill-fated expedition that failed to find any lost civilizations in the Amazon appeared to only further support the mainstream consensus that such Amazonian civilizations never actually existed, and that the rainforest had always been a largely pristine, sparsely inhabited wilderness. But then, several decades later, beginning in the 1970s, a series of steady archaeological discoveries in the Amazon would slowly begin to shift this century-long held viewpoint. In 1977, a researcher named Ondar Diaz discovered a series of large-scale man-made geoglyphs within the Acre region of the Brazilian Amazon, in recently deforested land there, while even further discoveries were made by flying aircraft over the region. To date, since that time, Literally hundreds of these kinds of complex geoglyphs have been discovered by researchers across the Acre region that have been dated to have been constructed between 1 AD and 1250, which suddenly reignited the interest in the possibility of there maybe being advanced pre-Columbian civilizations in the rainforest that have remained undiscovered. In the Apolo Valley region of the Amazon in eastern Ecuador, traces of settlements were discovered by researchers in the 1970s. And then, more clues there began to get uncovered by archaeologists led by Stephen Rothstein with France's National Center for Scientific Research. They began excavations in the area in the 1990s, and they began discovering large dugout ditches and even roads that had been long overgrown by the rainforest's foliage. Around the same time in the 1990s, another team of archaeologists led by Michael Heckenberger from the University of Florida began exploring an area in the upper Xingu region of Brazil, very nearby to the area where Fawcett mysteriously disappeared from in the 1920s during his search for the lost city of Z. And they also discovered ancient roads, bridges, and ditches that appeared to form the remnants of long-lost walls, moats, and causeways that over decades of hands-on, on-the-ground studies steadily added up to a collection of at least 19 large pre-planned, pre-Columbian villages in the region that featured well-planned circular plazas. But researchers still didn't generally consider this to be a truly urbanized area of the pre-Columbian past. None of the discovered settlements here in the Upper Xingu have clearly defined urban centers with monumental architecture you would expect in civilizations, like U-shaped temples or pyramids. And so, they appear to be more of a collection of Amazonian villages networked together rather than any true large-scale civilization. Their discovery, nonetheless, encouraged further searches in other areas of the Amazon belt, such as in the Llanos de Bobos region of the Amazon in northern Bolivia, where on-the-ground research and limited remote sensing studies steadily revealed a similar pattern as in the upper Xingu region. Dozens to even hundreds of isolated small villages across an area roughly the size of Rhode Island. But even though hundreds of kilometers worth of overgrown canals and causeways were discovered here, and there was abundant evidence of pre-Columbian agriculture and forest management, logistical problems involved with actually mapping the entire region out in a deeply remote part of the rainforest, shrouded from above by the densest forest canopy in the world, proved to make connecting all of the numerous dots in the region an almost impossible task. And so for a while, it was pretty unclear all of these small settlements were even related to each other or not. The signs were there of a potential lost civilization in the Bolivian Amazon for decades. But without any clear urban centers discovered in the puzzle, the researchers mostly just had a series of lost villages instead. But all that would finally and very suddenly change only very recently in 2022, when a team of archaeologists operating in the region led by Heiko Krumers of the German Archaeological Institute released an earth-shattering paper in the journal Nature. His team pursued a different approach that utilized a new key technology that is quickly revolutionizing the field of archaeology and our understanding of what exists beneath the Amazon rainforest. LiDAR, an acronym for Laser Imaging Detection and Ranging. Flying in a helicopter about 200 meters or 650 feet up above the floor of the rainforest, the team used an onboard LiDAR system to shoot down a grid of infrared beams down to the surface that ignore the dense foliage of the canopy, hit whatever is actually down below on the surface, and then bounce back up to the system on the helicopter with a measure of distance in between. As the helicopter flies over the area being surveyed, the LiDAR system steadily creates a colossal number of data points that eventually creates a high-resolution map of the surveyed area without any of the trees being present, which reveals what the area actually looks like. Using this more modern technique, the team led by Krumers carried out LiDAR mapping surveys of 6 different areas in the Llanos de Bobos region that revealed a total of 26 unique archaeological sites in the region, 11 of which were previously totally unknown to science. And 2 of those sites that were revealed were especially interesting, because for the first time in modern history, the LiDAR maps revealed them to actually be very significant pre-Columbian cities, complete with the monumental architecture that had always been missing from countless searches in the Amazon over the past nearly 5 centuries of history. The sites included mud brick conical pyramids that stood more than 21 meters or 70 feet tall, on the scale of several Mayan pyramids known to exist in Central America. And they were shown to anchor a web of sprawling smaller settlements, all connected by causeways and roads that stretched out for several kilometers. and there were even canals and a complex water management system that connected the main urban centers with nearby rivers. The team believes that the settlements were abandoned around 600 years ago, sometime around the year 1400, nearly a century before the arrival of the Europeans for unknown reasons. But their existence finally proved that dense, complex societies within the Amazon rainforest capable of building monumental architecture did indeed exist at some point in the pre-Columbian past, and that the Amazon was significantly more densely populated in the past than previously believed. The Llanos de Momos region in the Amazon alone, a region roughly the size of England, is now believed to have supported as many as 1 million people before the arrival of Columbus. And it was all right in the middle of many of the areas that were explored by Fawcett's Lost City of Z expeditions more than 100 years ago. Fawcett didn't discover any ruins of long-lost cities in the area because it turned out he was ultimately searching for the wrong kind of things. The unknown society that built these pyramids and cities in the Amazon and northern Bolivia didn't use stone like the Maya, Inca, or Aztecs did that stood the test of time better and made them easier to find. Instead, they used other natural materials that are more readily available to them in this environment, like mud bricks and wood. So, while back in their heyday, their cities probably looked every bit as impressive as the Mayan cities do to us today, the materials they used decomposed more quickly over the centuries of abandonment and weren't as durable. So they ended up just blending in far better with the overgrowth of the Amazon that reclaimed them over centuries without human intervention. The discovery of these long-lost monumental cities hidden under the rainforest canopy for centuries in northern Bolivia was the most significant archaeological discovery made in the region for the century. And Heiko Prumers even prophetically predicted that over the next 10 or 20 years, even more previously unknown cities in the Amazon would probably get discovered, that would include some even bigger and more complex than the Llanos de Momos site. And it would only take fewer than 2 years for him to be proven right.
Where is that opener? Just punch it, bro. You're Idris Elba. Hey, man, let me get that.
Let's twist off.
It is just off.
If your dog has food sensitivities, their food might have ingredients that don't agree with you or your dog. Natural balance recipes avoid common triggers of stomach and skin issues and use wholesome ingredients that you both can agree on.
Bamboo HR is easy for everyone. Me? Yes, you too. Easy starts at bamboohr.com.
Evil is always existing. Something is happening around us. Nobody sees. We.
Because just this year, back in January of 2024, another earth-shattering paper was published by Stephen Rothstein and his team that concerned their own year's worth of discoveries and research back in the Apano Valley site that I touched on a bit previously in the Amazon of eastern Ecuador. As I mentioned previously, Rothstein and the French National Center for Scientific Research have been engaged in research in Ecuador's eastern Apano Valley site for decades, since the 1990s. And just like in the Upper Zingo and Llanos de Momos sites, his team have found evidence of small central plazas, raised mounds, pottery, and jugs. Scattered evidence of a potential civilization, but without a complete map of the entire region obscured by the rainforest canopy, it was impossible for them to put all of these pieces together. Everything changed, however, in 2015, when the Ecuadorian government agreed to fund a LiDAR survey of the Apano Valley to finally reveal what was all hidden there beneath the foliage. Over the next several years, Rothstein's team used aircraft and onboard LiDAR combined with extensive ground excavations to painstakingly survey and map out a 300 square kilometer area within the Apano Valley region of the Ecuadorian Amazon. And they published all of their years' worth of findings in the journal Nature in early 2024. And their LiDAR survey mapped out what can only be described as the ruins of a truly lost major ancient civilization that used to exist in the Amazon. Their first survey in this 300 square kilometer area, about the same size as the island of Malta, uncovered more than 6,000 individual rectangular platforms that measured about 20 meters by 10 meters and about 2 to 3 meters high, all arranged in groups of between 3 and 6 units clustered around a plaza with a central platform. These were thousands of long-abandoned homes, with areas of especially dense settlement concentrations forming heavily urbanized areas. And one of the structures their LiDAR uncovered within the plaza of one of the densest complexes was a massive 140-meter by 40-meter and 5-meter tall platform, probably the site of long-lost monumental buildings that were used for ceremonies. The settlements were all surrounded by webs of agricultural fields, complete with extensive drainage canals and all interconnected, like a huge network of long-lost and unused roads that included multiple impressive features. One of the roads observed by the survey was more than 25 kilometers long, and several of the roads included direct right angles, a difficult engineering feat for any society to have accomplished here in the geographically rough terrain. Defensive ditches were observed blocking some of the settlements from outside attack, and like in Llanos de Mojos in Bolivia, a vast network of causeways and canals were discovered that brought abundant water to the area as well. This discovery in the Ecuadorian Amazon revealed a society that was even denser and more complex than the previously discovered one in Llanos de Mojos in Bolivia, which itself was also an earth-shattering discovery in its own right. Some of the researchers involved have even postulated that back in their prime, the previously unknown about cities, streets, and monuments that the indigenous people constructed here in the Apano Valley rivaled or even surpassed those of the much more well-known Maya civilization in Central America. While the team who wrote the paper on the Apano Valley discovery stressed that estimating the site's previous population is extremely difficult, the paper's co-author, archaeologist Anton Dorison, suggested that as many as 30,000 people could have lived there at its peak, which would have put it on about the same scale as Roman-era London. Other experts believe that the Apano Valley site could have supported even more people, potentially as high as even 100,000 or so, which, if that's true, would have made it among the largest human settlements anywhere in the world at the time when it was populated. The other fascinating thing about this discovery is that it's believed to be ancient, like really ancient. The team dated the area to be inhabited sometime between around 500 BC at the earliest to sometime between 300 to 600 AD at the latest, meaning that whatever civilization existed here did so for around 1,000 years, along the same rough timeline as the Roman Empire in Western Europe did. By the time the European conquistadors arrived in the Amazon, these ancient civilizations' ruins had already been abandoned for around 1,000 years, and largely left behind to be reclaimed by the rainforest, which is no wonder why it was never rediscovered by anyone until the very late 20th to early 21st centuries. It's not very often that an entirely brand new civilization previously unknown to recorded history gets discovered these days in the 21st century. But that's exactly what the Apano Valley site discovery was, and why it is arguably, at least in my opinion, one of the most important archaeological discoveries of this entire century. The area around this part of the Amazon on the eastern slope of the Andes Mountains has soils that are richer than elsewhere in the rainforest because they've been fertilized by rich volcanic ash from nearby volcanoes, which is also a potential explanation for why the site was eventually abandoned. One of the volcanic eruptions nearby may have been big enough to have caused an apocalypse. But interestingly, small pockets of fertile soils have been recently discovered all throughout the Amazon rainforest by archaeologists that's called terra preta, or black soil translated literally from Portuguese. These pockets of terra preta are now understood to have been man-made. It was created by indigenous people adding a mixture of charcoal, bones, compost, and manure to the infamously sterile Amazonian soil. The charcoal they added would then remain stable within the soil for literally thousands of years, which binded and retained the soil's minerals and nutrients and turned its color into its characteristic black appearance. By doing this, indigenous people were able to create fertile soils out of the Amazon themselves, and modern archaeologists have discovered patches of terra preta all throughout the rainforest over the past few decades, with the probability of this fertile soil type appearing believed to be particularly high along the many rivers and streams located all throughout the rainforest. This all means that the long-held notion we've maintained for for centuries about the Amazon being a sparsely populated, nearly pristine wilderness absent of civilizations have been dead wrong. And we're only just starting to understand what could all actually be hidden out there. We now understand that prior to the arrival of the Europeans, the Amazon was in fact a densely populated place that hosted complex civilizations. And there could have been as many as 8 billion or more indigenous people living throughout the Amazon around the year 1500. Also at around the same time, it's also now believed that as much as 1/5 of the current Amazon rainforest was an open savanna-type environment back then, which enabled Amazonian civilizations an environment to more easily thrive in. It was only taken over by the rainforest in the centuries after the Europeans arrived and caused an apocalypse to take place there. Introduced diseases brought by the Europeans, like smallpox and measles, coupled with their own violence, decimated the indigenous populations of the Americas, including the indigenous people of the Amazon. When Francisco de Orellana sailed down the Amazon River in the 1540s, he actually probably did encounter very large Amazonian settlements and organized armies and societies. But over the centuries that followed for them, disease and brutality steadily took its toll on the rainforest's indigenous population, to the point where by the turn of the 20th century in 1900, their population had probably fallen from 8 million in 1500 to fewer than 1 million. While by the 1980s, their numbers crashed even further to fewer than only 200,000 people remaining. Far from being an untouched, pristine wilderness, the Amazon essentially became the world's best preserved post-apocalyptic landscape instead. It was so well hidden by the overgrowth of the rainforest over centuries without anybody left behind to manage it, that we didn't even realize it was a major civilizational post-apocalyptic landscape until, like, literally just a couple of years ago. This all ultimately means that additional huge civilizational discoveries could be made out there in the future. And the Rothstein-led team that made the massive Apano Valley discovery in eastern Ecuador is already preparing to survey another 300 square kilometer site with LiDAR that's directly adjacent to the 300 square kilometer site that they already surveyed, which could turn up even more history-changing discoveries soon. And as LiDAR is used by more and more scientists and explorers in the 21st century to steadily peel back the foliage that has hidden the secrets of the Amazon for centuries, we will finally start to understand the complete map of the Amazon rainforest in the years and decades ahead. And there's just no telling what future great archaeological discoveries await us there. The rainforest still has a very low population density today, which means that the ruins and relics of these previously unknown Amazonian civilizations have been left almost completely undisturbed for centuries or even millennia. And as a result, the Amazon rainforest remains today the final vast location on the Earth's surface where previously hidden archaeological wonders could still lie, just waiting to be rediscovered again and understood by us. The Amazon will probably be the epicenter of major future archaeological discoveries throughout the rest of this decade and into the 2030s. And you should pay very close attention to all of it, because it is all a very, very exciting time. We already know that indigenous peoples in the Amazon grew all kinds of staple crops, from sweet potatoes to maize and others that were traded all throughout the region. But if you're anything like me, you might also be wondering why it still takes so much money and time just to eat more healthily today. The global food supply runs more efficiently than it ever has, but there still seems to be this weird trade-off where you have to choose only two of the following three options with your meals: healthiness, affordability, and quickness. You can have a quick and healthy meal, but it'll be expensive. You can have an affordable and quick meal, but it'll be unhealthy. Or you can have a healthy and affordable meal, but it will be time-consuming and inconvenient. For a long period in my life, I was really trying hard to figure out the answer to this dilemma by discovering a reliable source of meals that could encompass all three attributes: healthiness, affordability, and quickness. And I eventually discovered and became a customer what ultimately became this video's sponsor, HelloFresh. The concept of HelloFresh is pretty straightforward. You just visit their app or website and select which meals you want to eat, and then the next week, an insulated box will show up on your doorstep filled with all of the fresh, pre-portioned, and partially prepared ingredients you need so that you can home cook your meals way faster than if you had wasted a bunch of time timing your meals out, going to the grocery store and picking out your own ingredients, and then coming home and prepping. Not only that, but you get everything you'll need in exactly the right quantities you need as well. You can also choose from a variety of menu options to suit all your needs and tastes. From thin and wholesome to quick and easy, vegetarian to family friendly, there's there's something for everyone to enjoy. And HelloFresh knows that your plans might change and life can get unexpectedly busy. That's why they let you easily customize your delivery from week to week as well, allowing you to tailor everything to your own schedule by adjusting your delivery date or skipping a week when you're not able to cook at home. And best of all, the meals themselves just taste really, really good too. That's the biggest reason of all that I've been a loyal customer myself to HelloFresh for years now, and why I've been making meals like this amazing buffalo spice chicken for more than 3 years now. They're just the best solution I've ever found for having regular home-cooked dinners. And if you want to see if I'm right and improve the way you eat too, now's a great time to do so, because if you want free breakfast for life, you can go to HelloFresh.com or visit the link down below in the description and use code FREEREALLIFE4. That's going to be good for 1 free breakfast item per box while your subscription is active. And once again, that's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com with code FREEREALLIFE4. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
The sun rises over the sea straits that gave Norway its name. This narrow passage was the cradle of the Vikings, masters of the sea and the wind, the last barbarians. Today, modern archaeology and science shed new light on where they came from and how they succeeded in dominating the seas and waterways of Europe. From the ice fields of the north to the Russian steppe, these fearsome Scandinavian warriors sailed the globe for 3 centuries, spreading their net of trade and pillage. They built kingdoms and empires, but their origins still puzzle archaeologists and historians the world over.
The Vikings were great explorers and sailors. They exceeded all others in that area.
I, and many people along with me, understand the concept of Viking as activity, as a characteristic. It is something that you do. You are out a Viking. Today, the Viking legend attracts men and women from all over the world who reenact their epic voyages and battles. But many sources tell us that Vikings were feared as ruthless pirates. Gunnar Andersson is an archaeologist and curator of the Stockholm National Historical Museum's Viking exhibit. There are actually some on the runestones as well. There is also confirmation on a few runestones that Vikings were not only feared outside of Scandinavia, on the continent, but there are occasional runestones that tell stories about him or her being a guard against Vikings here in Scandinavia as well. Today, modern science and stunning new discoveries reveal who these Scandinavian adventurers really were. The Swedes, Norwegians, and Danes spoke the same language and worshipped the same pagan gods. But we shall see that it was their life and death relationship with the sea that defined Viking culture. For centuries before the Viking era, the Scandinavian populations buried their dead in ship-shaped stone graves, called ship settings, such as these two, on the windswept island of Öland, that stand side by side with menhirs as entrances to the world of the dead. So, it is a motif, a ship motif, that recurs above ground, and it is supposed to be visible in that way. Then the burials in the big ones are in most cases only common cremations, so to speak, a cremation lair, as it is called. But then we have, first and foremost, from the middle of the Viking era and in the late Viking era, great quantities of ship burials where they actually burned the boats. Far across the Baltic Sea, on the island of Saaremaa in Estonia, no less than 40 Viking warriors were excavated in 2011. They were buried in 2 boat graves.
was shocked to find out that the ships dated back to 650 AD. These were pre-Viking Age Vikings.
That makes them pre-Vikings of the pre-Viking age, according to the Estonian calendar. The Vendel age, according to the Swedish chronology, and the Merovingian age, according to the European chronology.
The bodies found in the Saaremaa ships had been hacked to death. Battle they died in must have been major if 40 men were killed and enough survivors were left to bury them.
We can say for sure that it was a battle burial ceremony. But there was a serious battle with more than 40 victims in 2 ships. I mean, it says it all. The battle had to be hard. You can see vicious wounds on the skeletons. For example, hacked hands and broken heads. So it was hard, and they had to bury those victims fast.
The men who died on Saaremaa Island were buried with full military honours. Riley Alme is an anthropologist and was amazed at the care with which they were laid to rest.
I think that this burial was done with great respect, because we can see separated body parts, heads, hands or legs, but they were buried in an anatomically correct order. I think that this is a very important sign that they were buried with high respect.
The strontium isotope readings from the enamel of the teeth of the Saaremaa warriors suggest they originated from Sweden, around Lake Mälaren. North of Lake Mälaren lies Valsgärde, the heart of a thriving pre-Viking Age Scandinavian community where noble men and women were buried with rich grey goods for centuries before the first recorded Viking raid. As we shall see, the massive Lake Mälaren was the gateway to the Baltic for communities like these. Here, Ingmar Jansson found the best preserved pre-Viking Age burial site in this part of Scandinavia.
The first grave of this kind dates from about 600, thus the beginning of what we call the Vendel era. But anyway, it's just one man that's laid out like that, intact. All the other families, they lie in simple graves. You don't see them. Over there in a pile, cremated.
These Vendel-era boat graves were rich in artifacts buried with the dead, objects they believed would serve in the afterlife, including magnificent helmets. They give us an insight into the lives of these pre-Viking adventurers.
And the man lies in the middle of the boat, surrounded by his weapons. The Vendel era was a prosperous period, so they would bury 3 shields. And there would be other things too, such as drinking vessels, horns, and glass from France, and so on.
The Valsgärde cemetery shows how cremation and boat burial went together in the pre-Viking era. Noble women were buried with their typical oval brooches.
There was a woman buried over there, in a 2-meter-high mound. She was buried with glass pearls and bronze jewelry and so on. But the one thing that was so special was a little dragon head that must have been made out of some kind of ivory.
A woman was the owner of the finest ship grave ever found. It was uncovered in a burial mound at Oseberg, south of Oslo, and dates to the earliest part of the Viking Age. The ship now stands in the Oslo Viking Ship Museum, directed by Jan Bill.
During the excavation, it became clear that even though there weren't 2 complete skeletons in the grave, it did contain the remains of 2 distinct individuals. It was also evident that they were probably female. This was confirmed confirmed by the osteological examinations, and they also confirmed that the remains were from an older and a younger woman.
Archaeology confirms how ships were central to Scandinavian society, and how rich men and women would literally take them to the grave. The powerful lady who owned the ship was in her 80s and was buried with a cart, a sledge, and a slave woman aged about 50, whose DNA can be traced to populations living around the Caspian Sea, the furthest east the Vikings ever went. Dendrochronology, or study of tree rings, revealed the ship's place of origin.
It was only later, when other dendrochronological examinations of two ship findings from Gardermoen in West Norway were carried out, that it was suddenly possible to find an exact match with the tree ring characteristics from the Oseberg ship. When it was possible to demonstrate that the tree ring pattern seen in the wood from the Oseberg ship was the same that was seen in the ships and the grave on Gardermoen, then it was possible to state that the Oseberg ship must have been built in that same area of West Norway.
The ship sailed for decades in the early 9th century before it was buried with the Old Lady of Oseberg. It was built here on Karmøya Island, western Norway. Marit Beer leads the excavations at Avaldsnes, the seat of the first kings of the Norsemen.
Norway is named after a sea lane, and this Northway started here. When people in the olden days came sailing past the open Geir coast, just when they turned north, Kalmsund, outside here, is like a road of water. So this is where the Northway started.
This is where the story of the first Viking raiders of the West started, the homeland of the terrifying predators of the sea. The story of the Vikings starts many centuries before the first recorded attack. The sea was the lifeblood of the Nordic communities that lived along these rocky shores of Karmøya Island in modern-day Norway. The Vikings here lived and died by their ships.
The ship grave on its own is a manifestation, a communication with the gods in a way. It's almost like a theatrical play, where you are connecting with the gods. And it wasn't like they made these graves in a couple of days. There were a lot of rituals, and they stood open several months. We can see that on the logs that we found in the graves.
The sagas, written in Iceland 2 centuries after the end of the Viking era, record stories passed.
Open your eyes. You deserve better from your phone service. At Total Wireless, we're fixing that. No more hidden fees. No more surprises on your bill. You deserve to get it all, and that's exactly what we'll give you. Find your local store at TotalWireless.com.
Never settle for ordinary. Not when outstanding is within reach. Floor & Decor has more styles and the largest selection in stock for pros, homeowners, and anyone looking for the right look at the right price. With an entire store full of ideas, your next beautiful space is now open in Warwick at the new Floor & Decor.
Passed on orally by Norse poets from one generation to the next, and they tell the first kings of Avaldsnes.
The last saga from Orvald's ancestry was the king at Avaldsnes, Gjura. He travelled all the way to Siberia, which the Norse people called Hjalmaland. There he met a Mongolian princess of Siberian ancestry, and to ensure the whale hunt trade, he married her and brought her back to Avaldsnes. And so, there was a dark-skinned queen here on Avaldsnes.
Although for hundreds of kilometers northwards, Norwegian geography offers nothing but mountains and deep fields, perfect for sheltering ships from the Atlantic gales, but hopeless for farming. Here, local chieftains found a profitable way of exploiting the rocky coastline by extorting a toll from rich merchants passing through.
They sent their ships out to control the sea traffic. And it is this channel outside Arbognes that created Arbognes and turned Arbognes into a center of power for 3,000 years.
One has to be clear about the fact that voyages down to the continent from Sweden and Scandinavia were something that had been going on many years before the period that we call the Viking era. In that way, the Vikings only followed an already well-worn path. We know that the contacts between the continent and Sweden and Scandinavia were comprehensive and extensive already during the early Iron Age.
Evidence of ancient trade links with the east along Russia's rivers were found here on the shores of Lake Mälaren in Sweden, where archaeologists found this bronze Buddha dating back to 750 AD.
Yes, the little Buddha statue was found in the 1950s in a settlement on an island outside of Stockholm named Pale. It was found in Houston. We know that it was made in today's Pakistan, in the Swat Valley, and that it dates to about 400 years after Christ.
Paleo and Birka were trading emporia on Lake Mälaren near Stockholm. Here on Adelstor Island, on the other side of the lake from Birka, the local chiefs taxed and extorted protection money from traders and industrialists, creating easily disposable wealth that they could spread among their followers. There was a longhouse, a port, and reception halls. As the seat of political power, it was built at a healthy distance from the industrial town, where traders and craftsmen labored in grimy and filthy conditions.
The layers of waste are so thick and there is so much garbage that lies inside these places. You must also remember that many of these places, first and foremost Birka, had no natural surrounding areas. Out on the farms, they removed the waste they used as manure for the fields, things like that. But in these places, that space was missing.
Other trading towns grew and faded away. In Norway, all that is left of Kalpan on the shore of Oslofjord are a few mounds dating back to the earliest years of the Viking Age. As at Birka, here a powerful military elite taxed trade in exchange for protection.
What we can see in the whole of Europe is that when these early cities rise, they have connections to kings and the powerful. The connection can be indirect. Cities need protection. They need military protection, because trade is not a barbaric thing, it's a peaceful thing, and tradesmen are mostly engaged in other things than war. They want protection.
Kalpan, on the edge of Norway's Oslofjord, actually revealed surprising cultural influences from the south and the first self-proclaimed king of Denmark.
And in Kalpan, we look south, because if we look at the Scandinavian jewelry in the graves in Kalpan, culturally, it's a connection to the south. And what was there of powerful kings in the south of Scandinavia around the 800s? King Godfrey.
King Godfrey was little more than a warlord based in northern Denmark, competing with others to control farmland and trade. He founded the trading towns of Hedeby and Ribe on the very edges of the lands he controlled, taxing all those who traded in his realm. It was a violent way of life, where workers toiled in miserable conditions and traders risked their lives on the high seas, suffering attacks, but also pillaging themselves where they could, armed to the teeth and ready for anything.
So we don't have clear traces of plunder there, but at the same time they did traces. We've got pieces of ecclesiastic inventory from the British Isles where they have been broken off and robbed and made into the jewelry that we found lying in the graves.
The most ancient power center found in Denmark was a chieftain's camp at Lejre, close to the modern city of Roskilde, on the island of Zealand. The ancient burial grounds and the royal halls here date back to the late Iron Age and Viking Age. Scholars believe this is the place that inspired the Old English epic poem about Beowulf, proving an ancient tie between the two lands. Tom Christensen has excavated here for decades and explains the ancient ties with England.
What happens in England is that the Romans leave the island and then the German immigration begins, together with Danish tribes. We know that people from Jutland settled in Kent, for example, so there must have been cultural and perhaps also personal contact between the head of clans between Denmark and England.
The legendary era kings here in Denmark were known as the Skuldings, descendants of Odin, the ancestral pagan gods legitimized the rule of the kings here, committing them to defending the old religion as long as they could.
In Lejre, the kings were called Skuldbrunger. Skuld was the son of Odin, so he was the son of God. It was quite common that the royal families created connections to the gods. As a baby, Skuld was sent on a ship to the country of the Danes. So a ship arrived from nowhere with this baby on board.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. Now with our new garlic herb sauce, which means the never-ending pasta you crave isn't just back, it's better than ever. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
New Airwick Advanced plug-in with anti-fading technology. For fragrance you're sure to notice.
Relations with the gods were necessary to be able to call yourself king. You had to have a godly descendant. And afterwards, we have got these stories, the Purana sagas, about the genealogy of the kings that were here.
If the origins of Viking culture have been lost in the mists of time, today archaeologists and scholars are shedding new light on the Dark Ages in Scandinavia. Today we know very little about early Scandinavian culture, but the extraordinary Viking sagas, written down 200 years after the end of the Viking Age, did record the legendary feats of Vikings as repeated in poems handed down orally generation after generation by court poets.
The Old Norse sagas, the ancient Nordic sources, are from a later date. They are written down several years after the Viking era, and they are also written down by chroniclers in Scandinavia who were Christians and who lived in a Christian context and who wrote from their own Christian conception of the world, so to speak.
Runic inscriptions show a common language between the inhabitants of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. This non-standardized 16-letter Runor alphabet used sound values inscribed on stone or wood by Scandinavians.
Then there are the runic inscriptions, first and foremost in this part of Scandinavia, and they are contemporary, but they have their own special problems, because the messages are often very short and precise. Really, they tell us nothing about society at that time.
The runestones used a standard layout of Scandinavian iconography, mainly to commemorate the dead and sometimes for magic. Carl Dahlberg is a modern-day runestone carver who lives on Argensor Island.
This ornament shows a flying dragon and is maybe the most beautiful I've seen on a runestone. Unfortunately, the stone once fell, so half the dragon's nose has broken. But we see the eye, and the neck goes down here, and a beautiful wing here. Then the paw is here with 2 claws, and the tail goes down in a circle here, and another circle here. With some artistic license, the tail is turned into a foot with 2 claws and a small thumb.
The runestones were usually read starting with the head of the dragon, but this one was different.
And here he writes Jorger and Fastger and Eli had this stone painted after their father, Borgir. Then there is an addition, F-R-E-H-N. Their father, something very special.
Even after the Vikings had become Christians, the dragon remained a key feature of their culture and figured on runestones for centuries.
The dragon painted on these runestones is generally tied in some way. Either there is a leash between the neck and the tail that binds the two together, or the leash is interwoven. Here it is interwoven, and therefore it is a sort of rule that if you follow this tail, for example, it goes over, next time under the leash, over, under, over, under, over, under. And it has to be like that all the way. So if the dragon tries to flee, it just gets tangled up.
Unlike parchment or paper, carving a runestone left no margin for error.
Then he cuts the runic inscription that is ordered. He cuts runes after runes, and at the end he writes his father. He forgot the arm. He must of course have an arm. So the solution is that either he must cut an arm here below, or he must place it inside the sentence. He then chooses to place it inside. And I know, being a rune carver myself, that when he discovered that he forgot the R, then he got so angry. It really bugs him. He pulled his hair. How could I do that? And the whole day is ruined.
Outside the Scandinavian world, churchmen wrote about the pagan Vikings as a scourge of God, threatening centuries of work building new Christian kingdoms to protect and propagate the faith. The pan-Scandinavian culture that was so threatening to the Christian world was cruel but effective. Only warriors who died in battle made it to the mythical paradise of Valhalla to fight during the day and feast by night. Here the one-eyed god Odin ruled this warrior paradise with the aid of a raven and the Valkyries. Dead Vikings played board games that simulated battle. The fine game pieces found in the Sarima ships were carved with dragons.
There were about 325 gaming pieces. Some were fragmented, but still it's a huge number. And there were a few dice made from tusk. And in general, there are 2 types of gaming pieces. The game was called Nefertafl and was very popular in pre-Viking and Viking times. So this is a Swedish king who is the main character. Nefertafl means the king's tale. So it is the king who is being attacked by the Muscovites, the enemies.
The gods were not necessarily good. The Viking chief buried on Sarima Island possessed a luxurious jewel-encrusted sword. The representation of the canine god Fenrir tells us a lot about the early Viking beliefs. The dog's father, Loki, was a famous trickster revered by pirates.
Now here we have a very nice sword handle detail, and it's a bit different from the others. We can see a very nice symbol in the form of a 2-faced animal. It is possible that it was a mythical hunter, the son of Loki, called Fenrir, who with a human face and animal hands.
Odin and his brother, Thor, whose hammer amulets are present in every Viking excavation, had killed the previous god, Ymir, and made the worm out of his body. Odin's family was vast, and if Loki was destined to betray his brothers, cousin Freya had quite a different role.
It was Freya, who was both the goddess of war and of love. And when there had been a battle, Freya was the first to come to the battlefield with her wagon drawn by big cats. And it was Freya who first got to pick out her half of the men who had fallen. Those that she didn't want went to Odin in Valhalla.
Women played a vital role in religion. Here at the Leida Land of Legends Experimental Center in Denmark, a priestess shows how the gods and spirits would be summoned.
There were female priests. They had the same status. There were Volvas, for example. Volvas that could see the future and the past. And it is said in the Völuspá saga that Odin himself goes to a Volva and asks her to tell him about the past and the future.
Most of pre-Christian Viking religious worship took place outdoors, in open spaces and sacred groves. No temples remained, though the German cleric Adam of Bremen described one at Old Uppsala in modern-day Sweden as a large feasting hall. Ahmud al-Batlan was a 10th century Arab traveller along the Volga River in modern-day Russia. Al-Batlan tells us that Russian Vikings worshipped in open places, often in woodland or by springs. He describes an elaborate Viking funeral rite with the sacrifice of a slave girl and a ship burn. There were two forms of sacrifice, known as blot. One in which animals, objects, and at times humans were sacrificed to a god, and the remains would be thrown into peat bogs or springs, such as this one, recreated here at the experimental settlement at Leida in Denmark. In another form of sacrifice, the participants ate the meat of the sacrificed animal in company, in a common building.
All you see here is based on archaeological findings. For example, the horses have been recreated after we found a horse skull, the hooves, and the bones of the lower leg in a Danish bog. The rest was not found, so this is our interpretation. What may have happened is a feast to the gods, where the horse meat was eaten, and then they hung up the skin on a support with the hooves dangling. At some point, the horse pelt and the support decomposed, and the remains fell down into the bog.
The idea that a man or woman might be sacrificed to the gods to propitiate some divine intervention went back to the earliest times of Scandinavian history.
We have the Talent man, with a rope around his neck and a belt around his waist. The Höldremoser woman, with all her clothes and equipment like combs, that have been carefully laid down in the bog.
The Tolland man was hanged to death in sacrifice and found in the peat bog of Silkeborg in southern Denmark. The remains date back to the 4th century BC. Vikings too threw valuable objects and the bodies of sacrificial victims into bogs and springs, like these two 4-year-old boys found in a well at Trelleborg. It was an ancient pagan tradition. 3 Christian clerics described
audiences across the U.S. find LA resorts even Giants fans could love.
Described human sacrifices. Among them, Tietmar of Meersborg wrote that every 9 years, humans and animals were sacrificed by the dozen at Lyra.
When Tietmar describes the terrible and cruel things taking place in Lyra, blood sacrifice and the like, then you have to remember that this is a Christian view of pagan traditions. Besides, this Tietmar is of noble family, and some of his relatives had been taken hostage by the Danish king, so he was personally involved and may not have been completely neutral in his presentation.
Adam from Bremen relates what the Danish king Sven Estridsson has told him. And here we are already in about the year 1000, so there is a big difference in time here. But there is also the fact that we know that different parts of Scandinavia perform different ceremonies, first and foremost regarding funerals and events like that. How extensive human sacrifice was is incredibly difficult to say, because then we must be able to define how these people came to line the grave, so to speak.
The Norsemen spread westwards to the British Isles and Iceland, taking with them their ancient pagan culture, which clashed with the Christian empires. Power and religion went hand in hand in the merciless struggle that lasted 300 years. In Europe, the pagan Viking culture clashed violently with the expanding Christian world. But in Iceland, the settlers kept their traditions for centuries to come. Sacrifices were held in a room at the end of the larger longhouses that served as a shrine, and the banqueting hall was the place where the members of the community came to eat the flesh of the sacrificed animal. The Icelandic law books tell us that the richest farmer, the most powerful man in any one area, would also be the priest. The priests were also the speakers at the assembly of all free men, here at the Þingvellir, where Icelanders exercised their right to debate public issues, making Iceland the earliest modern democracy in the world. The typical Scandinavian home was called a longhouse. The northernmost of the Shetland Isles, Unst, has the highest concentration of longhouses in all of Britain, and was a hub of Scandinavian expansion into the Atlantic.
Shetland and Unst in particular is right in the middle of the Viking seaways, so it's the obvious place if you're going from Norway across to Faroe, Iceland, Greenland, or even America, or even up and around, go sort of north about, and then down to Ireland and Man and that direction. Shetland's right in the middle.
Here at Jarlsholt in the Shetland Isles, there is evidence that the early Scandinavian settlers reused the houses built by the original Pictish people who inhabited the islands before they arrived.
Initially, people came here trading, and that would have been the first contract, and the first contract would certainly have been on that level, and they would have been finding out what it was like in Shetland as a result of that. We do know that in the end, the Pictish people kind of completely, their way of life was subsumed completely by the Vikings.
Viking society was based on family allegiances and laws. There was a three-tier class system split into a small ruling elite, or jarls, free farmers known as bondi, and slaves. As prosperity increased, the Scandinavian birth rate grew, and family leaders had to find more land and ever greater opportunities for their offspring independence, while the rise of the warlords left little space for the more independent-minded petty chieftains. It seems that prosperity, rather than starvation, drove the first raids. Ships were expensive to build and required social cohesion. Armor and weapons, too, took organization, and taking men away from farming during the summer months meant that someone else was looking after the crops. The role of women, therefore, was key to keeping the community functioning.
the women who ruled the farm, and as a symbol of that, they had keys. And they kept those keys with the rest of their valuables. And since the men travelled out a lot, they were counting on the women to keep order back home.
Women enjoyed greater political and economic rights than in the Christian world too, as the Lady of Oseberg demonstrates with her rich funeral goods and fine trading ship.
When they held a meeting, the people went to those meetings. When they gathered in the small villages, the women also had the right to join. That means they had the right to vote.
In 793, calamity struck the English kingdom of Northumbria. Raiders of unknown origin attacked the undefended monastery of Lindisfarne and took away everything of value. These men would soon be known as the Vikings, considered by Christians to be a scourge of God. But the Vikings had been raiding and dominating key points on trade routes as far away as Russia long before they officially entered the history books.
We found 7 male skeletons in the first ship in Salme, and they were not buried systematically. They were located in different places. And in the second ship, we found 33 or 34 human skeletons and fragments. And now we know that 10 of these have blade wounds, and 6 have multiple injuries.
The ship graves puzzled the archaeologists. The battle wounds of the 40 men buried here show that the relationship with the local inhabitants was probably violent. Yet the rich grave goods show that there was a lot more to this expedition than pure pillage.
These people were killed in battle because we have evidence of that on their remains, especially on hands and legs. For example, we have an upper arm that was hacked in 4 different places. Also, we have injuries from swords on other arms, like someone was defending himself with the upper arm. Also, we have skulls with obvious injuries.
I don't know what those people were doing there. They might even have been a wedding delegation, peaceful visitors, but we really don't know for sure what was the main reason for their being here. And it is very strange that there are so many luxury items, swords, gaming pieces, dogs, birds, and so on. No.
Florin Decor has more styles for pros, homeowners, and anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is now open in Warwick at the new Florin Decor.
It's typical battle ammunition.
The Vikings penetrated the Baltic coastline and traded and raided deep into the East European plain. The routes passed through Staria Lavia, North Russia, where finds of Scandinavian amulets and runic inscriptions on wood show that the Vikings were trading with, if not ruling, this strategic place on the Volga River by the mid-8th century. The Finns, Slavs, and eventually the militarily dominant Scandinavians traded here for centuries before the Vikings are mentioned in written chronicles. They founded the trading town of Novgorod, just as, on the other side of Europe, other Vikings were plundering Paris.
The question is, why does it escalate? Why this sudden rush? The factors that have contributed to it, first and foremost, are the fact that people then, as well as now, are opportunistic, in the sense that some areas where the situation was unstable. We must remember that, for example, the Frankish Empire was in dissolution, and who aggressively expanded his realm. In the late 8th century, he began a 30-year campaign to forcibly convert the Saxons, the southern neighbours of the Danes, to Christianity, pressing north toward the fiercely pagan Scandinavian world.
Charlemagne spilled just as much blood as the Vikings. So maybe the Viking raid started out as a military operation, but after a while, people discovered that there is money to be earned here. And then it developed into ordinary plunder.
Here at Thorvaldsnes, Harald Fairhair gathered around him a military force that was able to hold together most of Norway. A great battle at Haraldsfjord brought him final victory for the petty kings of pirates of Vestfold and caused an exodus to Iceland. Indeed, it was during the upheavals of the war to unify Norway under Harald Fairhair that we see the greatest Viking emigration. Between 846 and 865, the Vikings attacked both England and France often, taking advantage of the chaos that afflicted the great empire of Charlemagne.
The Norwegian Vikings went the furthest of all people in their time. And they went as explorers, not as bandits to rob, but as explorers and tradesmen. All of that comes down to the ship technology they developed. It was a case of life or death.
The Baltic and North Seas facilitated the sense of pan-Scandinavian community. Ships travelled swiftly along the coast or across the sea, while land travel was slow and dangerous. It is no surprise, therefore, that expansion into the rich plains of Russia or raiding up the rivers of prosperous England and France was an easier option than cutting the forests and farming the land of inland Sweden and Norway. While early Scandinavian society became more organized and benefited from trade between the far north and the far south, its appetite for wealth, earned or stolen, grew. Its ability to organize a predatory economy grew with it. Although they instilled terror in their victims, the Vikings were just the more aggressive face of a fast-evolving Scandinavian society whose influence spread from modern-day Canada to the Caspian Sea. The secret of their success lay in their nautical technology and unique social cohesion, which together were a formidable weapon for these empire builders. They plundered lands from Central Asia to North America and defeated the armies of the greatest empires. They spread the lore of the sword while trading and raiding from the Arctic Circle to the Mediterranean Sea. Their tactics and weapons were the most advanced at their time. A castle now stands to defend this holy island of Lindisfarne in North England, but nothing barred the way of the very first recorded Viking raid on the 8th of June, 793, in which the monks were murdered and the abbey pillaged. The attack is considered today as the first of the Viking era, but, as we shall see, the Vikings plundered other parts of Europe for centuries beforehand. The Vikings were fighting machines. They moved swiftly over the sea in speedy, lightweight ships. They invested in the best weapons money could buy and the finest armor, slashing their way into the history books. But today, science and archaeology reveal who they really were and why they were so effective in war.
Vikings lived in a time of blood, a violent time, and they weren't better or worse than other people at that time.
There would perhaps not have been any Viking age if it weren't for the Viking ships.
This is a Viking helmet, and it's armor. It's
went into battle equipped to kill. Spears, swords, and axes to attack, armor, shields, and helmets to protect their bodies. Their secret weapon was the ship, which carried Nordic warriors all the way from their Scandinavian homes to lands of conquest, from modern-day Russia to the North Atlantic islands of the Americas. The same Viking weapons were buried in graves as distant from each other as Repton in England and Salme on Saaremaa Island in Estonia. Here, 40 Viking warrior skeletons were excavated in 2 Viking ships in 2011. A find that turned the story of the Vikings on its head. These light and shallow-keeled warships were being used for raiding at least 100 years before the first recorded Viking attack.
The Gokstad and Oseberg ships were between 50 and 100 years younger.
They were engineered to bend with the sea and withstand rough rapids, yet were light enough to be hauled onto a beach and carried over land. Marit Veer is the lead archaeologist at the Ålandsnes excavation on Karmøy Island, western Norway, and an accomplished skipper herself.
When the Vikings came, they used ships. Viking ships were light and flexible, and it was said that they moved like an animal in the waves. They attacked suddenly, using the surprise tactic, you see, and the advantage of that was they could pull back quickly.
Wherever there was a waterway, Viking raiders and traders could go there, traveling from the farthest reaches of their world across the wide open oceans and into the depths of the forests and plains of modern-day Poland, Ukraine, and Russia. The best preserved Viking ship is here in Oslo, Norway. Thousands of visitors come every year to visit the Viking Ship Museum. The Oseberg ship was found by a farmer who dug into a mound looking for gold. It took archaeologists 20 years to excavate, restore, and prepare it for exhibition. Jan Bir is the Viking Ship Museum curator and one of the world's foremost Viking ship experts.
The Oseberg ship is unique. It is the best preserved ship we have from the Viking Age. Almost everything is present.
The Oseberg ship is the oldest and best preserved Viking ship, and, as we shall see, tells us the most about the early Viking way of life. Miraculously, the blue clay of the mound, similar to these at Orehaugen, had hermetically sealed the burial, leaving wood, leather, metal, and even textiles intact.
The other interesting fact about the Oseberg ship is that it is the oldest sail ship known from Scandinavia which has been preserved. We have older pictures of sail ships from the 700s, but this is the first example of a ship where the technical construction of mast and rigging has been preserved.
Archaeologists were stunned to find 2 women were buried in the ship, one around 80 years old and another about 50. Intricate decorations showing animals at Viking scenes had been carved into a cart, a sled, an ornate bed, combs, chests, and dozens of other sacred items buried with them. Tree ring dating confirms that the great Viking ship of Oseberg was built in approximately 820 on the west coast of Norway, and is the oldest surviving combined sailing and rowing ship. A crew of 30 men, plus a helmsman and a lookout, propelled the ship using 15 oars a side. The ship is 22 meters long, and each oar hole is equipped with a shield holder. One of the world's leading Viking shipbuilders is Vibeke Bischoff. She is the head builder of the Roskilde Ship Museum in Denmark, and built this scale model of the Oseberg vessel before proceeding to design the life-size replica.
The Viking ships are built to be very light and very strong.
Question. If you can't see what's behind all this, how do you already know? It's Jeep. Probably the same way you know if a T-Rex is chasing a Jeep Wrangler.
He's getting away.
Yep. Or if it takes you places that make you say, and then hair looks like this, or someone says, then you just know what it was, what it is, and what it always will be. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
They are built out of mirror-cut oak, that is, they are split out of whole trunks. The planks are split in such a way that the wood grain is completely even, down through the length of the plank, and this means that it's possible to reduce the dimensions. Oak is a heavy and very hard wood, but very strong and flexible when wet, which is why the ships are built out of fresh timber, which is mirror-cut.
Bischoff and a team of Viking ship experts set out to build a replica of the Oseberg ship. After several setbacks, including one replica sinking, she started the project again, and in 2010, artisans and scholars began using ancient methods of local materials to make the planks and reconstruct the Saga Oseberg over the course of 2 years, using the same wood-carving tools and techniques the Vikings employed to build the Oseberg ship 1,000 years before. The team rebuilding the Oseberg ship in Norway worked feverishly through 2 winters to finish the new replica ship. In the spring of 2012, the finishing touches were put on the Saga Oseberg. Finally, in June of the same year, an inauguration celebration was held before the entire Tønsberg community and Norwegian royalty, and the replica was launched with great fanfare from its building site at Tønsberg Harbour Promenade. As we shall see, the ship represented more than just a unique naval technology. The Viking predators of the seas sailed in amazingly light wooden ships, and a group of experts and enthusiasts have built a faithful replica of the oldest surviving example. In Tønsberg, Norway, the crew and artisans who have worked so hard to build the replica Saga Oseberg have come to take her out for a sail in the Oslo Fjord.
Jeg tror de hadde hele skipstegningen i hodet. I think they had the drawings in their minds. They felt the ship and knew how the ship would turn out. They knew what trees to look for when they went out in the woods, and let the tree help form the boat. They had a lot of experience and long traditions. They were artists who knew their jobs and did it properly.
De var kunstnere som kunne jobben sin, og som gjorde det for.
The ship's captain illustrates some of the incredible features copied from the original, which show how each ship became home to its crew, all of whom left their individual mark. The owner of the ship was a revered lady, according to recent forensic investigations.
We are also able to see from the cranium that the woman suffered from an advanced stage of a disease that is not genetically transmitted, and which means that the frontal bone thickens on the inside. This creates a pressure on the brain that alters the body's hormone production.
The Oseberg Viking lady mystified her followers. Her hormonal problem may have contributed to her growing a beard and other gender abnormalities, which some believe gave her magical abilities. They carved her image on the ship.
We believe it to be the owner of the boat. There were 2 women's corpses in the grave. One of them was a woman aged 80, 1.5 meters long, with a hunchback, so she was
On the other side of the straits between Norway and Denmark is the Roskilde Ship Museum, which holds the largest collection of Viking ships ever found in a single archaeological area. The 5 ships salvaged from the bottom of the Roskilde Fjord at Skuldelev included not only a trading vessel, but also longships. Another 9 ships were uncovered while the museum was being built, including the largest warship ever found, at 36 meters long.
The Danish ships here are built from oak, and the Oseberg ship is built exclusively out of oak. Some Norwegian archaeological finds are built from pine, but in between you may find other wood species like birch, alder and ash. We have a few examples of each, not a very good material for shipbuilding, but when we build full-scale reconstructions, then we do it as precisely as we can.
Because the Vikings did not use swords, every piece of wood was cut using axes, taking special care to work with the natural grain. Remarkably large vessels could be built using traditional clinker construction techniques. Dragon ships carrying 100 warriors were not uncommon. Using iron rivets to lay one plank over the one below, they would build a flexible ship from the bottom up. The internal ribbing was made of oak using natural curves and forks in the branches for extra strength. The planks and the ribs were lashed together using blue whale balleens, maybe the strongest natural fibre. Ropes on the ship were made of sealskin. The Viking ship rode the waves as a single flexible object, not as a mass of separate rigid parts.
All of the rivets, like this, are made by our own smith, just as the tools are. They are long pins that go in with a square-shaped head sticking out on the other side, and then they hold it steady and pound it until it's fastened.
The Viking ships were clinker built, which means that the hull planks are placed one on top of another with an overlap. In between these overlaps, there is a thin woolen thread with tar to make it watertight. The planks lie tight on their own, but as it is all handmade, the wool and the tar help to ensure that it is watertight. They are then fastened with iron rivets, which are then secured on the inside so that they squeeze the planks tight together. This helps to make the hull very stiff in its lengthwise direction, and therefore the ship very strong and completely watertight.
Viking ship sails weighed over 100 kilos. They were made of a special wool, daubed in grease to make it more waterproof. They were woven by the Viking women who operated the large royal farms back in Scandinavia.
The sail was worth more than a ship in the Viking Age, since it took such an amount of time making a sail. So in the lore of Gulathing, it said that during winter time, when the sail is not in use, it should be stored in the church.
The Saga Oseberg sail took...
My dentist formulated TheraBreath mouthwash. It's a better mouthwash, I guarantee it.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. Now with our new garlic herb sauce, which means the never-ending pasta you crave isn't just back, it's better than ever. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
1,800 hours to weave.
When we look at the grade material from the Norwegian ships that we have, we can see that they are pretty wide and robust, and they used a sail. The Norwegian ships have got a length to beam ratio of 1 to 4. If we look at the grade material, and that has got to do with the sail, which is not supposed to go outside of the sides.
The first image of a sail on a Viking ship is this, from the Swedish island of Gotland, and dates back to about 700 AD. But although the Swedes claim the patent, not everyone agrees.
As a Danish professor said, it was the Norwegians more than other Scandinavians that dared to go out on the wide grey ocean without knowing what If they didn't have good ships, well, they died.
What we know about the Scandinavian warrior, whether a pirate or a member of invading armies, is that he, or she, bore a few simple but effective weapons and blended into a well-organized team when a big battle loomed.
But they also had women and children with them in the battle. And when you've got women and children in a battle, you've got a lot more to fight for. And they used what we call guerrilla tactics. They hid and then attacked. The sources tell us that they used a tactic called the hog snout, and that was something they had learned from Odin, believe it or not.
These Vikings of the Jomsviking Association are trained in the use of sword and shield. The key to effective single combat was balance, taking advantage of the opponent's inability to react to speedy sword thrusts or slashes. The weight of the sword and the shield tired the arms of the warrior, so the strongest and fastest regularly won individual fights that could not last more than an hour. When forced into a full-scale battle, the Vikings adopted the shield war, in which each warrior was defended by the man standing next to him, and the shields overlapped to provide continuous protection all along the line. It was a defensive array that most warrior armies of the day adopted. But the Vikings used the hog's snout tactic to break through their adversary's defensive wall, attacking a small part of it in arrowhead formation in order to break through and cause panic. Of course, surrounding the enemy and attacking from behind was the preferred tactic, if made possible by the terrain or by enemy error. Once the enemy line was broken by thrusting spears, the swords came into play, slashing the enemy from the side and back and spreading terror.
One never knew where they might turn up. They were heathens, and this in itself instilled terror. Sources tell us that they used scare tactics to spread fear and panic. And we hear from British sources that the Vikings were considered a punishment from God. And it's obvious that you get pretty helpless under those circumstances.
Two great battles that took place in 1066 marked the climax of Viking-era tactics. At the Battle of Stamford Bridge in England, the Saxon army defeated the invading Vikings when they broke through the shield wall of the Scandinavian force, which had left its armor on its ships. Only 3 weeks later, the same Saxon army was defeated by the Normans at Hastings, a battle described in detail on the Bayeux Tapestry held in France. This time, the Saxon shield wall broke when they believed, mistakenly, that the attacking Normans were in retreat. Safety lay in a disciplined, defensive array. In Boline, modern-day Vikings from all over the world meet to take part in reenactments of Viking battles and buy weapons and armor that have been faithfully reproduced on the basis of grave finds, which means that they are probably better equipped than most warriors of the Viking Age. Every Scandinavian soldier was required to have a spear and a shield. Eventually, the most basic survival tool, the axe, also became a formidable weapon of war. Spearheads found in graves were of many different kinds. The spear could be used as a throwing and as a thrusting weapon. Wollin was probably the site of ancient Jomsborg, the military base of the elite Viking mercenary unit. By all accounts, they were a well-equipped and trained military force, a private army for hire. They were staunchly pagan. This runestone on the island of Öland off the Swedish coast commemorates a Jomsviking who died in battle. It is the only one to mention the pagan god Odin. Wojciech Filipiola is the director of the Wolin excavations.
The written source says that Jomsburg was a huge city on the South Baltic Sea at that time, and describes the events in this place at that time. So when we discover archaeological evidence of that kind of a big city, dating to the early medieval period, finding lots of artifacts of trade, export, crafts, etc., well, we have no doubts that this is that place.
In fact, the archaeological and written evidence shows Wolin was much more likely a multicultural cosmopolitan city where religious and ethnic diversity was not a point of conflict.
In our culture now, the popular image of the Vikings is unfortunate, with horned helmets, who were cruel people who only attacked others. But the truth is, they were not only pirates. They were also tradesmen, colonizers, and they were in every trade hub in the north of Europe, here as well. Probably they were a great people.
Whether this was the legendary Jomsborg or not, Wolin was just one of the gateways into the immense riches of the Central European plain, via the wide rivers that cut from the Baltic to the Black Sea, where fearless adventurers could make their fortune and leave their cultural mark. The Vikings raided and traded all along the Baltic coast for centuries before they attacked England, and the Viking ships of Salming on Saaremaa Island in Estonia tell a tale of war and death. Riley Alving is an anthropologist who worked on the Saaremaa skeletons, all gathered together in little grey boxes. Her job is to work out how they died.
I think that during the battle, he fell down. He was attacked from behind, and maybe he fell down. He was fighting probably because the cuts are in his right upper arm. But in my opinion, his upper arm or the hand was somehow fixed, because you cannot make the strokes like this, but they are in the same angle, more or less. And finally I found this Contanus, one of the ones in the foot, I'll show you, which also means that he should have been dying or something, because I did this somewhere here. And of course the final has been to get him, in my opinion.
Most of what we found were weapons, especially swords. There were two types. The first was double-edged, which was the most advanced technology for that period. They were made using damask steel, so the center part of the sword was damask plate, and the outer part was welded to it, soft iron and strong steel, and then the blade was twisted, so that it became very flexible and strong.
The Saaremaa Viking skeletons were buried with the finest ceremonial swords, a characteristic of the Viking grades for centuries to come. Only the richest weapons accompanied the warrior to Valhalla.
Now, here we have a very nice sword handle detail, and it's a bit different from the others. We can see a very nice symbol in the form of a two-faced animal. It is possible that it was the mythical hunter, the son of Loki, called Fenrir, with a human face and animal hands.
These characteristic grave goods reveal just how far the Vikings had penetrated the Baltic coastline and the plains of Russia and Poland. When a new motorway was being built here in central Poland, archaeologists made an unparalleled discovery in post-war Polish archaeology. a Viking Age cemetery with 50 human remains dated to the late 10th century, with chamber-like graves, at Bourges, a place of strategic importance for the first recorded Polish state. Professor Andrzej Bucha excavated the site.
This is a completely untraditional cemetery. There is nothing like this cemetery in Poland or in the whole of Europe, nor is it a very big cemetery, because it consists of just 50 graves. They are concentrated in a small space. Every grave is rich. There is no poor grave. This is the cemetery of upper-class people.
The central figure was this young warrior, buried with his sword.
Looking for something delicious and affordable? Enjoy Kellogg's cereal with milk and fruit for less than $1. Love can get a little messy. Good thing there's Resolve. Love the loved, resolve the mess.
He had been badly wounded, with part of his jaw chopped off and a deep head wound. He was buried sitting upright with his sword.
So it's important to distinguish the young soldier's grave. He had complex wounds to his skull and mouth. This soldier is extremely interesting because he held a ceremonial sword. This sword is positioned as though the soldier was sitting and he was holding it, and the body had fallen over, and we found him with the sword in front of his eyes.
The grave goods, coins, jewelry and weapons strongly suggest Scandinavian and Kiev Rus roots. To confirm his suspicions, Professor Bucha had genetic testing done on the skeletons. The results show the father's side of the warrior's genes appear to have come from Scandinavia. He was not the only man buried with his weapon.
In this grave, which we excavated, there were 4 items of warrior equipment. These were characteristic because they related to different territories. In one grave, we have a Viking's lanceaxe, dated to the end of the 10th century and the beginning of the 11th century. And the next one we dug up was connected with the Scandinavian community and warriors from the north and west parts of Europe.
The deep wounds on the warrior's head and jaw show he died young and in battle. And, like the Saaremaa warriors, he was buried with the finest grave goods. The two-edged sword with a half-moon-shaped pommel is also known as a Frankish sword, as it was based on the design of weapons carried by soldiers of the most powerful empire of the time. It was made of steel. Today, experts have discovered how these swords were made to be so strong. The basic block of steel that was used to make a sword can be seen here in the Elbląg Museum, which holds many of the finds that Professor Marek Jaruzelski excavated from the site of the Viking Age trade town of Trutov.
It's true. We discovered lots of military things in Trusov. I mean, arrowheads, spearheads, and mainly pieces of swords. They probably produced swords in Trusov.
These blocks of steel were the basic starting point for a Viking sword. The iron ore was melted with carbon, either from charcoal, coal, or even burned bones. The ingots would then move on down the production line to the swordsmith, where they were heated and beaten into shape. They became like these swords held in the Stockholm Cultural History Museum, strong and often elaborately decorated, at times carved with individual names. Trusov was an important place of trade and craftsmanship. Workshop remains were discovered, including smithery, jewelry, glazier, amber and horn workshops. Swords made here were prized, and often those buried with warriors were deliberately bent out of shape to dissuade grave robbers. This Ulver sword in the Novgorod Museum in Russia shows just how far traveled the rich Viking warriors were. It was made in the heart of the Frankish Empire, in Germany. The Vikings sought the best swords on the market, even if selling a sword to a Viking was a capital offense in the empire. Dozens of Frankish swords have been found in Viking graves.
This sword is short and one-handed, which was common in the early Middle Ages. It's a very good weapon, very solid, very effective. Everybody wanted to have it because swords were very rare, and there were not many in that time because they were expensive. Swords were made of iron and steel. The sword had a very high impact force because when the tip of the sword hits the back of the enemy head, it imparted a weight of 1.5 to 2 tons per square centimeter.
These axe heads were found in Viking graves. They were powerful weapons, and the weight of the blade could penetrate a steel helmet. The way they were used is shown by these warriors from the permanent Viking Museum of Bulin in Poland.
The battle axe was a very popular weapon because it does not have a lot of metal, so many warriors could afford this kind of axe. It was more effective also because it could pull back the shield of the opponent. Let me show you.
Więc topór był tym skuteczniejszym okazją również używać go do odbijania przeciwnikowi tarczy, żeby pokazać w ten sposób.
But no matter how strong the sword, axe or knife, it was worthless if its blade was not sharp. One of the most precious items often found in folk burials with Vikings were whetstones, used for sharpening their tools.
The important thing was to have good weapons, sharp tools like knives and scythes to cut the grass. Everything that had a blade had to be sharp, otherwise it was a poor tool. The whetstone was important especially for the Vikings, who used a sword and knives.
Using quartzite found only here in the Telemark region, the Vikings industrialized the production of whetstones, trading them out of the country as ballast in their ships and returning with other goods.
We know that the Vikings used the whetstones with other tools. They hung from the belt, and we've got examples of it. The whetstones were used and hung in the belt together with weapons in special sheaths, leather sheaths and skin sheaths, so that they always were ready to sharpen their weapons, make the weapons sharp.
Very few items of Viking armor have survived the funerals of the warriors. Chainmail was costly to make, each ring forged and closed around another by hand and one by one. It was also heavy to wear, weighing 15 kilos at least for a full coat. Plate armor was even heavier.
As we see, it was very hard and also very expensive and very rare. This breastplate doesn't protect arms and it is short. The hauberk, which my friend has, is long and protects arms, so a greater part of the body. But mainly on the chest was very good also. However, the plate breastplate.
New Emergency Immune Plus crystals. Take them on the go. No water needed. Now with vitamin D for when you want extra immune support. Try new Emergency Immune Plus crystals today.
Try Airwick Essential Mist for up to 45 days of immersive fragrance.
Was lighter than the hauberk, so it allowed men to move faster.
Many Viking warriors would not have been able to afford armor and would have relied on heavily padded leather jackets instead. They would all have had a shield. The shield was made of wood with an iron boss in the center covering the handle. Many of these remain display in museums throughout Scandinavia, such as here in the Oslo Cultural History Museum. Armor, shield, and helmet defended the Viking from enemy blows, but, as we shall see, still gave the warrior only partial protection. The Vikings were equipped to kill and dressed to survive. A vital piece of defensive weaponry was the helmet. Probably the most common form was the conical type, with nose guard. Some were particularly elaborate. These helmets of the pre-Viking Vendel period, found in a grave close to the Gamla Uppsala site in Sweden, show how much work went into making beautiful headgear for a rich warrior. They were buried with the man when he died. However, only one Viking-era helmet has been found in a Scandinavian grave at Ringerike in Norway. The elaborate Vendel-era headgear seems to have been ceremonial only, while the Sarema Vikings were wearing no head protection whatsoever.
This is actually a classic wood coming from this direction. And the second one is here. And if we turn this column upside down, you can see there is a very clean cut on the left side of temporal bone. This also means that maybe this is decapitation. At this moment, when they were attacked with man, they definitely didn't use helmets to see.
As the Viking warriors of today prepare for their next battle, the sheer cost of a Viking expedition becomes evident. The cohesion of Viking raiders and armies as a team was an effective weapon. As the early plundering parties became invading armies, their leaders could count on hundreds of determined and fearless warriors attracted by loot. But mounting such an expedition was costly. A ship or several ships had to be bought or made, and each soldier had to be promised sufficient loot to make the weeks away from the farm profitable. Vikings could become rich enough not only to buy their own weapons and armor, but also even to mount their own raids. When the raids became invasions, the English and Frankish states found that simply paying off the Vikings with land or money was easier than fighting them. In 845, the Vikings sailed up the Seine and attacked Paris, while on the other side of Europe they founded the first Russian kingdom. 20 years later, they invaded England and began settling, with York as their capital. In 885, they besieged Paris, and in 911 were given France's western coastline to rule over. On the other side of Europe, they controlled the rivers of Russia and captured Constantinople by carrying their ships overland. The investment in military technology paid off. Now, massive profits from the south flowed into Scandinavia, while new power bases were established in the west. The Arab chronicler Ahmud al-Batlan encountered the Vikings of the Volga, known as Rus, in the 10th century, and described their pagan rituals and another frightening aspect of their culture. They were tattooed from head to foot.
The food is very, very, very tight connected to spirituality. You know from the Viking age that the rooms had a lot of meaning. Every single room had a lot of meaning. And I'm pretty sure that the Vikings had to do that the food room who were supposed to provide them with protection in battle, give them strength, connect them to their city or power animal, and stuff like that.
Kai Uwe Faust is a Viking tattoo artist from Copenhagen. He uses ancient Viking techniques, bone needles and traditional tools, to decorate the skin of his clients with Viking themes. At Viking festivals, the tattoos are done just like they were in the Viking Age.
They ornament everything. So, like, the door is not just the door is used for decoration. A knife handle is not just a knife handle, it's used for decoration, and so is the body. A typical Viking tree, I think what I have here is what I physically is very close to how it actually looks back in the day. Blackwood.
While tattoos protected the Vikings from the evil spirits they could not fight in the open, the weapons they bore gave them physical supremacy in the real world. The Viking conquests from Russia to England reached their climax with the last great raid by descendants of these Scandinavian warriors. William, Duke of Normandy and later King of England, was a direct descendant of the Northmen who conquered half of France. When he invaded England in 1066, his army was larger and more powerful than most at the time.
Alors effectivement, le duc de So, yes, actually, the Duke of Normandy had a very powerful army, which consisted of Normans, but also French. And we can see that the word Frankie is written on the tapestry, I'd say in black and white. So he had a large army, about 8,000 men crossed the Channel.
Il y a quelques hommes qui ont passé la Manche.
The Bayeux Tapestry was a celebration of the Norman invasion, which represented the ultimate stage of development of the Viking raid. Details of the scenes of preparation for the invasion are meticulously recorded on this tapestry. The investment in troops and equipment matched the prize that William and his lords were pursuing.
En contrepartie
The lords who followed William to England made donations, and of course, in return, they expected booty and gifts of land that had been conquered.
The Bayeux Tapestry is a remarkable representation of late Viking Age ships, weapons, and war.
Des bateaux construits comme les Vikings les construisaient, c'est-à-dire
We see ships the way Vikings built them, that's to say ships with shallow hulls, propelled using oars, and that had a sail that can be raised on the high seas. We also see weapons that were inherited from the Vikings, which are also shown on the tapestry. They are long axes, a Danish tradition, which are handled by the Anglo-Saxons as seen on the Bayeux Tapestry.
haches, héritage danois, qui sont maniées par les anglo-saxons sur la tapisserie de Bayeux.
Loot and booty were the driving force behind the Viking raids for nearly 300 years. War was a way of life for these predators of the north who left their mark across Europe, from the farthest steppes of Russia to the northernmost tip of the British Isles. They came out of nowhere to plunder and murder, from the shores of Scotland to the Caspian Sea. Modern archaeology and science reveal for the first time the real driving forces behind the Viking raids from the Russian plains to the North Atlantic. While Viking enthusiasts of today live the life of the Scandinavian warriors and fight set-piece battles at the Festival of Boline, scientists and archaeologists from all over Europe are making groundbreaking discoveries. Recent research shows the Vikings from a new perspective and in the brutal social context of their time, spotlighting their incredible ability to plan and execute their expeditions for maximum profit and psychological effect.
At the time when the Vikings attacked, there was starvation in England. There were dragons in the sky when the Vikings came. It was like a part of the punishment from God.
They've been pushed into the top of the ditch and they've been very seriously traumatized at death. The bodies were very hacked about, legs, arms missing.
The vertebral, second vertebral body, the body indicates decapitation marks, as you see. There's a clean cut through cervical spine to here.
The story of the Vikings takes us to Saaremaa Island in Estonia. Here, a team of archaeologists from
excavated an amazing cache of Viking artifacts that turned the history of these Scandinavian pirates on its head. Yuri Peets excavated one of the most impressive Viking burial sites known to experts today. The remains of more than 40 human skeletons in 2 boat graves were unearthed in 2011 during road construction.
We can see for sure that it was a battle grave and that there was a sort of big battle. I mean, 40 bodies in 2 ships. That says it all. The battle had to be hard. We can see vicious wounds on the skeletons. Some, for example, had hacked hands and broken skulls. So it was hard, and they had to bury those victims fast.
Tallinn researcher Riley Alme is studying bones of the Saaremaa warriors and how they died. The skeletons all showed signs of violent deaths and multiple battle wounds.
The upper arm has got to be to 4.
Tina used to worry about bad breath. Now,
Swishy time.
she uses TheraBreath mouthwash with 12 hours of fresh breath.
And it's not burning, unlike our outfit, which is fire.
Try TheraBreath mouthwash.
It's a better mouthwash.
For pieces, there are more than 4 cuts into the bone. The hand position or upper arm position could have been some like that. That's because some of the strokes are in the same direction, in the same angle, and then the position has changed.
When the team from Tallinn applied modern dating techniques to the skeletons, they were shocked by what they found.
Analysis of the items we found, including the skeletons and the organic material, shows they go back to pre-Viking times. Incredibly, the ships and the bodies date back to at least 100 years before the first recorded Viking raid. Yet the weapons, the shape of the ship, and artifacts buried with them prove that the men found in the 2 boat graves came from Scandinavia. These 40 bodies show that Vikings were raiding at least a century earlier than scholars previously believed. We can be sure that these men were Scandinavian sailors, who somehow met their death at Sarne. As we shall see, the Viking Age was one of incredible brutality, and the ferocious battle that raged on the beach of Saaremaa must have been major, if 40 warriors were hacked to pieces and then respectfully buried by their comrades.
I think that during the battle, he fell down. He was attacked from behind, and when he didn't fall down, he was fighting probably because the cuts are in his right upper arm. But in my opinion, his upper arm of the hand was somehow fixed because you cannot make the strokes like this, but they are in the same angle, more or less. And finally I found this Galtanus, one of the bones in the foot. I'll show you. Which also means that he should have been buying some crystal beakers in between. And of course the final must be kept in my opinion.
Archaeological evidence in Russia confirms that Vikings raided, but also traded, along the great rivers of Eastern Europe at least as early as the mid-8th century. Adrian Salin is a researcher in early Russian history at St. Petersburg University, Russia.
No one knew what was in ancient Russia. Everyone Caspian Seas, along the Volga River, that was the first to be colonized by Scandinavians.
Here at Staria Laniga, on the shores of the Volkhov River, tree ring dating wooden objects such as this stick carved with letters of the Viking alphabet formed runes shows that Scandinavian traders and warriors appeared here long before any mention of Vikings in the written chronicles.
With regards to Staria Latria, we can see that Scandinavian artifacts dating back to before the Viking Age have been found in the oldest of all the sites in the area of Staria Latria.
The ancient chronicles known as sagas and runic inscriptions in Scandinavia have given a name to these men whose exploits went unrecorded for centuries before they slashed their way into the history books. They were the Vikings. They were men and women who left the safety of their homes to explore and plunder distant lands, from modern-day Poland, Ukraine and Russia to the islands of the North Atlantic and as far as America. The Vikings spread not only terror, but also a web of trade. The mystery of where the Vikings came from and why they attacked has now been revealed. Scandinavian warriors had begun plundering coastlines of the Baltic Sea and Atlantic Ocean early in the 7th century. By the end of the 8th century, they had occupied the northernmost of the British Isles, plundered Scotland, and dispossessed the indigenous population, the Picts, whose monuments still stand on Orkney today.
Well, I'm sure initially people came here trading, and that would have been the first contract, and the first contract would certainly have been on that level, and they would have been finding out what it was like in Shetland as a result of that. However, you get objects appearing in a Pictish context showing that kind of link. The degree to which it did or didn't become aggressive, we don't really know.
Here at Jarlshof on Shetland, the way the Vikings reused Pictish dwellings is clearly visible. What happened to the locals remains a mystery. Sometime in the 8th century, warriors from Norway came here and the Pictish culture disappeared.
The term Viking really only applies to the very first settlers who were in that initial exploratory raiding phase, which maybe in Shetland perhaps only lasted as much as a generation. I don't think it's as black and white as either you were a raider and a pirate or you were a farmer and had your own industry or soapstone industry or whatever it was that you did. I'm sure that all these roles were mixed up together and it's not clear cut.
The Vikings probably used hit-and-run tactics to raid coastal and riverside communities in Scotland and Ireland for decades before they attacked a monastery in northern England where they found more gold than they could imagine. But they did not come for plunder alone. A titanic struggle was underway, pitting the Christian empire of Charlemagne against the last pagans of Europe. The holy island of Lindisfarne is cut off from land during high tides. Today, tourists flock here for the seabirds. Monks first came here because it was isolated. In the distance, the Northumbrian castle of Banbury was close enough for the holy men to exert religious influence and receive protection. No one expected the vicious attack of the 8th of June, 793. Chronicler Alcuin of York commented, "Behold the church."
Italian sausage bacon and pepperoni for only $8.99. That's the lowest price in 3
venerable than all in Britain, is given as a prey to pagan peoples. Our Queen of York, however, was far away in Aachen, the capital city of the greatest empire of Europe, ruled by Charlemagne, champion of the Christians. Charlemagne's drive northwards and the 30-year-long forcible conversion of the Saxons to Christianity brought his empire to the very edges of pagan Denmark. Inevitably, Christian chroniclers were the sworn enemies of the pagan Vikings. But, according to Marit Veer, the lead archaeologist at the Royal Palace at Årvadsnes, Norway, the pagans may have been reacting to Christian atrocities.
At that time, Charlemagne was conquering territory after territory in Europe. And Charlemagne's war, well, his culture minister was Alcuin. He had been to Lindisfarne Monastery, for instance. The first attack known to us was at Lindisfarne Monastery. So one theory is that the raid was a response to Charlemagne's aggression.
We shall see that Viking raids became invasions when politics in Scandinavia and in the great kingdoms of Europe created opportunities for attack. The raids were planned to strike when the enemy was weakest, and the potential for plunder the greatest. Charlemagne died in 815 AD, and 30 years later, his grandsons began a civil war that set three Frankish armies against each other. The opportunity to attack and pillage into the heart of the empire was too great to be missed. The great river Seine flows into the English Channel and leads all the way to Paris. In 841, Danish Viking Asbjørn sailed up it with 13 ships, less than 1,000 men, and burned down the city of Rouen. He went on up the river to the magnificent monastery of Jumièges, where he ransomed the monks. The Vikings stayed for the winter and ravaged the countryside the next year too. In 845, the city of Paris itself was looted by a certain Ragnar. The Viking raids continued for the next 30 years. The Vikings avoided facing the Franks in battle, but more often they were paid either to leave or to fight each other, or serve as mercenaries. They were also given land in the northern Netherlands and in the Rhine estuary in exchange for their military services.
Il ne faut pas négliger les violences.
We can't ignore the shock and violence, but nor can we see the relations between the Scandinavians and Franks and other peoples as only this. There were also other types of relationship, including trade relations, as well as other relations, such as discussions, negotiations, exchanges.
Des discussions, des négociations, des palabres.
When they found resistance in France, the Vikings turned to England, which was little more than a patchwork of weak kingdoms. Bamborough was the seat of one of the Northumbrian kings, and Northumbria was just one of 4 kingdoms in England at the time. Northumbria stretched from the Scottish border to the Humber River, just south of York. It was divided into 2 sub-kingdoms, constantly at war with each other, while the middle of England was occupied by Mercia. The kingdoms of East Anglia and Wessex occupied the east and west of the country. Divided and mutually hostile, they were unable to conduct resistance to what initially was little more than a Viking nuisance. The part-time warriors of the English kingdoms were no match for the determined Viking predators. In 865, the 4 leaders of the great heathen army, Ivar, Halfdan, Offa, and Guthrum, landed in East Anglia and began a 20-year reign of terror. They captured York on All Saints' Day, when both rival kings of Northumbria were celebrating the Christian festivity. They practiced the blood-equal torture on one of the kings after killing the other in battle, and marched on to conquer the rest of England. York became a Viking capital for a century. But what the history books tell us isn't always backed up by archaeology, says Peter Connolly, the director of the excavations in the Hungate quarter of the city.
We talk about the archaeology as being Anglo-Scandinavian, so you have the Anglo-Saxon aspect and that Scandinavian aspect. It's very difficult to tease those apart. So it already looks like we're dealing with a more cosmopolitan population than, say, historical records leads to believe.
The Jorvik Centre at Coppergate in York holds significant artifacts of Scandinavian origin, such as cones, which were a typical male adornment. But also this Saxon helmet was found in a well, while these boards from a Saxon ship were found as walls in a Viking storehouse in the Hungate area. After terrorizing the rest of northern England, Ivar captured Repton, an important religious and political centre in Mercia. This pond at the back of Repton School and below the churchyard is what is left of the Tyne River dock of the Viking fortress. Here in the churchyard, 250 skeletons, mostly male, were found gathered around a central grave dated to 873 by a Saxon coin. It was the year Ivar died. Nearby, at Heath Wood, hundreds of small tumuli suggest that this was the Viking military cemetery. In the same year, one of the other Viking leaders, Halfdan, raided into Scotland, but left some of his warriors to build farms. The Vikings were here to stay, but despite what the Christian chroniclers wrote, the impact on the tiny population of England was relatively imperceptible.
We're not talking a massive population, hundreds of thousands, say for the north of England into Scotland. I'd be very surprised if anybody estimated upwards of a million.
Alfred, King of Wessex, the only Saxon kingdom to survive the Scandinavian onslaught, defeated a second invading Viking army at Ashdown. But the campaigns continued for nearly 20 years, with the Vikings drawing on help from Ireland, where Ivar's sons had settled. The Great Heathen Army campaigned tirelessly and almost successfully until the last surviving leader, Guthrum, was defeated by Alfred in 878 and signed a pact to be baptized. A vast area of England that came to be known as Danelaw would be ruled by Vikings in York. The peace did not last, however, as Viking bands from France and Ireland also joined in the fray in the following years. As we shall see, events in Norway and Denmark continued to influence the patterns of raiding. Alfred's military reforms left Wessex better equipped to fight the raiders. He instituted the first standing army in England and a series of fortress towns known as burghs, where the rural population could seek refuge when under attack. England's renewed administrative efficiency assured the loyalty of the local population.
The main sort of nuances across the Anglo-Saxon England is because of its well advanced taxation system, and there are ways of labouring people out of the land, and that obviously comes with the fact that you get this trickle-down effect from the central power polity to the way that the land is given out. That very faction buys loyalty.
Scotland, too, continued to be subject to attacks by Viking bands. In 871, Ivar joined a Viking army from Ireland to capture Dumbarton Castle, an isolated British settlement in the heart of Pictish Scotland. The population was enslaved and sent to Ireland. On the east coast of Scotland, the Vikings attacked Dunnottar Castle too, just over the border with Northumbria in the year 900, when the Pictish king Domhnall was killed. Although the great heathen army had disappeared, the raids by other leaders, Scotland and Ireland continued, creating new states, such as the new kingdom of Strathclyde, famous for its stone carving school. In Denmark and Norway, the territorial expansion of new ruling dynasties pushed nobles who refused to be subdued to seek their fortunes abroad. The richer the plunder, the more they invested in ships and men to mount ever larger attacks. Each Norwegian valley had its own king, until the ruler of this strategic strait along Norway's coastline used his financial power to subdue those lords. In 870, Harald Fairhair began building the first kingdom of Norway, from here at Ålandnes on Karmøy Island.
What is certain is that all of Harald Fairhair's royal estates were located in Rogaland and Hordaland. And even though all other places were ruled on Harald Fairhair's behalf, he himself only had the full control in these two counties.
What was happening in the Viking heartland affected the extent of the Viking raids in the east and west. The Viking onslaught against England and the Frankish lands was driven by politics as well as by lust for plunder. Opponents to Harold, those who saw no profit in paying tribute to him and serving as soldiers in his army, may have taken to raiding and exploring the North Atlantic instead. The hundreds of fjords were perfect places to hide, and plundering.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That balance is key to a healthy gut environment. Benefiber's plant-based prebiotic fiber gently nourishes the good bacteria, working with your body to help your gut and you flourish effortlessly every day. Grow what feels good with Benefiber.
The rich coastlines of England and the Frankish Empire, or sailing to Iceland, must have seemed more attractive than serving this upstart. Danish chieftains served as mercenaries for the warring Frankish kings, and were invited to occupy Frisia, opening the way to attacks further down the continental coastline. They brought home not only plunder, but also ambitions to rule as kings in their own homelands. In 947, politics in Norway led to strife in England. Defeated by his English-educated brother, Harald Fairhair's son, Eric Bloodaxe, found refuge among the Scandinavians of York. The nobles of Northumbria rebelled against their new Saxon king, Eadred, and elected Eric king in his place at Ripon Cathedral. Eadred reacted mercilessly and ordered the cathedral burned, terrifying the rebellious nobles into surrender. The Norwegian Viking was killed in battle after a second attempt to gain the throne.
So if we think about Eric Bloodaxe, he is disposed of the king of the area in 954 AD, and it's around about 960 into the 970s that we see a whole new suite of development in Hungary. The area of Hungary is in York now, it really is expanding past it, and that then continues right through to the 11th century, and then you can do a whole new suite of
We have to bear in mind how Scandinavian societies developed. They themselves were the result of interaction with outside societies. But this too is subject to debate, because we can't imagine that all the stimulus for evolution comes from outside, as has been said. But there were developments within Scandinavian society too.
Swedish raiders dominated the Baltic Sea from Lake Mälaren and the islands of Gotland and Öland. These two large islands with their vast coastlines were perfect bases for raiders into Central and Eastern Europe, and a halfway house for the markets of Hedeby and Birka. The market towns filled with goods plundered from the plains of Eastern Europe and stolen from the cities of the West. A large number of treasures found on the islands of Öland and Gotland, now on exhibition in the Stockholm Museum, show how profitable trade and plunder was, and how, even from the earliest times, the Vikings Vikings sought the most transportable wealth available at the time: bronze, silver, and gold. They sold or stole furs, walrus ivory, amber, and slaves. The Vikings had been raiding and trading along the rivers of Central and Eastern Europe for centuries before their first raid was recorded in the West.
As far as I know, today the widespread belief is that the appearance of the Vikings in Eastern Europe is linked to their interest in silver that goes back to the 9th century. Between the 800s and 900s, so in the 9th century, several million silver dirhams were exported from the Caspian Sea area.
There were no distinctions between raiders and traders. One day they were plundering farmsteads and churches, the next selling those same goods at markets. One such trader was a certain Norwegian seafarer, Other, who disclosed to King Alfred of England what the trade routes of the Viking explorers and warriors were. He described a trip to the very north of Norway and round into the Arctic Sea and down again in search of walrus tusks and seal skins. He described the market town of Kaupang in Norway and the trade routes into the Baltic Sea. Another explorer, Wulfstan of Hedeby, reported where the Vikings exchanged their goods for such wealth. The travels of Wulfstan proved the extent of the Viking web of trade between West and East. Among the places Wulfstan visited was the great city of Trousseau, whose remains Marek Jakuzinski found 20 years ago while riding his bike home.
Jak wspomniałem, Trousseau założone zostało na pograniczu.
As I said, Trousseau was set up by the Scandinavian newcomers on the frontier with Baltic peoples and Slavs. The objects which we found in Trousseau are mainly Scandinavian, but we have ceramics, I mean clay pots, from Western Slavs, and also pots made by Baltic people, I mean Prus people.
Zachodniosłowiańskie i również naczynia bałtyckie, powiedzmy pruskie.
The Viking warlords dominated this Baltic trading place, turning it into a military base to supply traders and warriors on their expeditions deep into Eastern and Southern Europe. Alongside articles of daily use, Marek Jakuzinski found a large quantity of swords. Trousseau was a hub of the Viking web of trade and pillage.
Moim zdaniem nastąpiła wówczas pewna globalizacja.
In my opinion, we see a sort of globalization. We find the same crafts, the same Arab coins, the same weights everywhere, from Britain to North Russia. So there was some kind of unification, and this unification was fostered by trade and craft.
I to ujednolicenie związane właśnie z handlem i rzemiosłem.
Here in Trousseau, local craftsmen worked amber, made combs, swords, jewelry, tools, and weights. Slaves worked in production processes and as labor in the port. The trading emporia stretched all along the Baltic coast, from present-day Rostock to the Neva River, where St. Petersburg stands today. The Slavic peoples who inhabited this vast area lived in simple villages and used slash-and-burn agricultural techniques. They were easily dominated by the predatory Vikings.
On the other hand, there is a widespread belief that the largest portion of goods exported from Eastern Europe to the Caspian Sea with the aid of the Scandinavians were slaves. It is even said that in the 10th century, the Arabian slave markets were full of slaves from Eastern Europe.
The Vikings turned their military outposts into market towns, where traders paid them for protection. The Scandinavians forged new trade links between East and West. In 841, while in France the Northmen were burning down Rouen, a Scandinavian warrior, Rurik and his two brothers, founded the Kingdom of Novgorod. They were invited by the Slavic tribes of present-day Russia to give them peace and protection.
Hey, it's your skin. Treat this acne with a max strength cleanse without discomfort. New CeraVe Acne Wash.
McCain, make it a Friday. Icon has the scan tools and OEM repair information to diagnose like a master tech. Only at Harbor Freight.
Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of bacteria. Clean is good. Sanitize is better.
The finds here at Rurikova Gorodishche, just upstream from Novgorod, show a significant Scandinavian presence.
The Viking artifacts that have been found in the Novgorod area are connected both to trade and warfare. We find not only weapons, but also scales and silver in the Scandinavian graves, which suggests that the dead person was a trader.
The impressive rivers and lakes of northern Russia were the heart of the early Viking conquests. Lake Ladoga is still a shipping thoroughfare, and the Volkhov River flows into it, rising at Lake Ilmen 200 kilometers further south. The Svir River in northern Russia is one of the waterways that still today connects the Caspian and Baltic seas. Weapons such as axes and swords from Novgorod and Staria Ladoga show that these were not only thriving training centers, but also military bases.
We have to say that very few Scandinavian weapons have been found in the Novgorod area, while objects to do with trade and everyday life have been found in great quantities. We should also say that Russia is crossed by many rivers. Travel was by river mainly, and the Scandinavians were traders.
50 years after the first recorded raid against Lindisfarne, Vikings had penetrated the Eastern European river system as far as the Black Sea. Rurik's successor, Alye, moved his headquarters down the Dnieper and seized the town of Kiev. In 907, he captured Constantinople by dragging his ships around the sea defenses. In 911, in the same year the Vikings gained Normandy as their new home in France, Alye struck a trade deal with the Byzantine Empire, turning Kiev into the capital city of a great ruling dynasty. Part of the deal was to provide mercenaries to the emperor as his own personal bodyguard, known as the Varangian Guard. By now, half of England and much of France was ruled by the Vikings, but this was not the end of the Viking raids. Iceland sits halfway across the North Atlantic Ocean, the most dangerous sea for Vikings to cross. And yet, by accident or by design, Scandinavians landed here already in 840 AD. Later, political upheaval at home led to an exodus of refugees who opposed the rule of Harald Fairhair. The Vikings who left Norway for Iceland found a completely virgin land and brought their social structures with them. The owners of the largest farms were also the high priests of the community and called Gothir. 40 Gothir held an Althing or parliament here at the Althing Stone every year. Here more than anywhere else, the early Viking way of life was preserved. From here, the Viking ships ploughed the seas westward to Greenland, where 2 settlements were established. From there, they traveled as far as the American continent. For the first time, around the year 1000, the travels to the land known as Vinland was recorded by a monk who sailed with the explorer Leif Erikson.
The sagas tell us about the Viking trips to America. They are covered by the saga literature. We have to assume that there were many more voyages than described in the sagas. We have also found traces of Viking settlements in America. And there are also American Indian stories about these blue-eyed people that they met.
The settlements on the American continent lasted only a few years, while the mini ice age of the 13th century onwards led to the decline of the Greenland settlements too. In Europe, the violent Viking age was reaching its climax. In Europe, the Viking invaders struck fear even more than a century after the Great Raids. The first millennium AD was a time of widespread violence. In 2012, 18 skeletons were found in the grounds of St. John's College, Oxford. Scholars immediately associated the find with the 1002 St. Brice's Day massacre, when the King of England ordered all of the Danes in his kingdom murdered. The task of identifying who these men were fell to Mark Pollard of the Forensic Archaeology Department.
We first radiocarbon dated a selection of them, and for various reasons the radiocarbon age wasn't exactly what we would have expected to be 1002 AD, but there are reasons that that might be the case. So we then began to look at the carbon and nitrogen isotopes in the bone collagen, which is an indicator of diet, and we also looked at the strontium and oxygen isotopes in the dental enamel from the teeth, because that gives you some indication of where those individuals grew up.
The skeletons from Oxford suffered a similar fate to another group found near the seaside town of Weymouth. Were they Vikings?
Yeah, we matched them with the Vikings that have been recovered from Weymouth. They're roughly contemporary from the radiocarbon days, and other people have done strontium and oxygen in their teeth, and we found the same pattern that we found, not from the south of England. And actually on the diagram they're moving in a direction which suggests both an older geology, which is consistent with possible Scandinavia, and also a colder climate, which is also consistent with Scandinavia.
While strontium isotope techniques suggested the victims were not from the south of England, possibly from Danelaw therefore, other marks hinted at their true identity.
Several of the skeletons showed healed wounds which may plausibly have come from blade wounds. And so I think, in a group of 16 to 25-year-old males, if they're carrying healed blade wounds, then the chances are they've been in combat conflict before. So I think they're not sort of a group of people who were farmers and just sort of happened to be passing by. I think they are either professionals, mercenaries, or raiders of some description.
The beginning of the 11th century was a violent time, and national identities were less important than local and family ties.
It's quite complicated to understand what identity would have meant at that time. I think, we tend to use these titles of these are Danes and those are Anglo-Saxons, but all of this identity is a sort of a created identity, whether they are, when we say they're Danes, whether they're people who come from Denmark, or whether they might be second or third generation people born in Britain, but of originally Danish stock, and perhaps holding to Danish customs and practices, possibly dressing more like Danes than Anglo-Saxons. It's very difficult to know.
Far to the north, in York, another victim of murder was found buried under the Coppergate streets. This skeleton shows multiple blade wounds, but knowing why this young man died is almost impossible.
Why was the person killed? Honestly, we'll never know. It looks like it was violent, and you can tell that through the osteology. But if you were to try and pinpoint them down to see why can we bring that to an event, I honestly can't say. We can't. But what we need to bear in mind is that what this person represents is a bloody environment into somebody's life. Still in an area, when a lot of this is going on.
Although the legend of the violent Viking lives on, the true nature of their society may be different from what scholars have written for centuries.
what archaeology is very good at is breaking down this idea that the Vikings are compartmentalised, the Anglo-Saxon world is compartmentalised, the Picts and the Celts are compartmentalised, and actually we start to bring that bleeding of the edges together, and we start to see a lot more complex society where people can define themselves. People obviously go to war about definition and power, but at the same time we get that input of continental imported goods. We see goods from Britain going abroad, and it just brings together, I think, we make it a rich tapestry.
Perhaps the most daring of all raids left Sweden for the furthest eastern edge of the Viking world. Around 1040 AD, Ingvar the Far-Travelled and a small army of 1,000 men left central Sweden for Russia and then on to present-day Georgia, then under Arab influence, where they won a decisive battle. The land ruled by Saracens was known as Sörkland. They may have crossed the Caspian Sea and reached Tashkent, but only one of the many ships returned home. 26 rune stones in Sweden commemorate the men who travelled with Ingvar, but most touching of all is this one, now standing in the grounds of Gripsholm Castle on Lake Mara. It tells the tale of Ingvar's brother. Tolla had this stone raised in memory of her son, Haraldr, Ingvar's brother. They travelled valiantly far for gold, and in the east gave food to the eagle. They died in the south, in Sörkland. Ingvar may have been of royal blood, and his family were among the leaders of the international Viking elite, who still led their warriors into battle 250 years after the raid on Lindisfarne.
The next Kranprälan was
The most persistent myth about the Vikings is that they were thieves, they were pirates, they were great warriors, they always won all the battles, they were brave, they didn't fear death, and so on. But the truth is that they weren't better or worse than others at that time. They did live in a violent time.
The year 1000 was a turning point in the story of the Vikings. The era of the early raids was over, and Viking expansion had reached its high tide mark. But it was also the beginning of a century of even more bloodshed. The freebooting Viking chieftains faded away, and in their place, great Viking overlords, kings of whole countries who unleashed the power of Viking armies against England and against each other, spilt more blood than at any time in the preceding centuries. Rich, professional mercenary forces dominated Eastern and Western Europe. Their leaders learned the craft of kingship from their enemies, and built states that are still with us today. The Viking states grew out of the most extensive military expansion the world had ever seen since Roman times. Scandinavian warriors took their thirst for conquest from the heart of the Viking homeland to the very edges of Europe. Along the way, they laid the foundations of states that are still with us today. Archaeologists from Moscow, Russia, are washing out the remains of Viking Age tombs near Novgorod on the Great Volkhov River. Discoveries here and elsewhere in Europe are revealing an unknown quality of these Scandinavian adventurers. The merciless pagans built enduring kingdoms and empires all over Europe.
So, first they came here to build a state, then they saw that they had opportunities to become rich.
Above all, they were adventurers, or people who made a living in this way, such as the clan of Rurik, who brought with them their own druzhina, or band of warriors, who were nothing more than hired mercenaries.
What archaeology is very good at is breaking down this idea that the Vikings are compartmentalised, the Anglo-Saxon
island of Lindisfarne and left within a few hours. 70 years later, 4 Viking warriors landed with an army. Halfdan, Ivar, Guthrum and Ulfa wrote their names in blood as in 865 their band of raiders, known as the Great Heathen Army, made its way to York in northern England. The city was one of 2 capitals of the deeply divided kingdom of Northumbria. The amazing Viking military machine swept away England's part-time armies and pillaged the countryside, mainly churches. Ivar, one of the Viking leaders of the Great Heathen Army, captured the capital of Mercia, here at Repton, central England, and made it into his base. A mass grave found here is dated to 873 AD by an English penny founded on the skeletons, spread around the central grave of a tall male warrior, possibly Ivar himself. Nearby, dozens of Viking tumuli found at Heath Wood suggest that this was their military cemetery. In the same year, the followers of another of the Viking leaders, Halfdan, began farming the land of Northumbria to sustain themselves during the long winter. It was the beginning of the Scandinavian settlement of England. Over the next 2 centuries, huge swathes of the British Isles became part of the vast Viking Empire. The Vikings made York their capital in England. Peter Connolly is the lead archaeologist of the Hungate excavation site in modern-day York in England, once the capital of a Viking kingdom.
York is the dominant origin place in the north of England at that time as published by the Garden of Tempest. And so extrapolating out into that, when you start to talk about small farmsteads and small village, hamlets, communities, other small seaside towns, or on rivers, and we're not talking of massive population, hundreds of thousands, say for the north of England into Scotland, that I'd be very surprised when they estimated upwards of a million.
In England, Alfred, King of Wessex, was the last Saxon king to resist the Viking onslaught. His response was to reform his state. He set up a standing army and navy and fortified the towns of southern England. The increased efficiency of Alfred's Wessex not only stopped the Viking conquest, but served as a model for the invaders too. The treaty between Alfred and the last surviving leader of the Great Heathen Army, Guthrum, left a large part of England under Viking control, an area that came to be known as Danelaw. But Guthrum became a Christian. Raiders from Ireland and Scandinavia continued to view York as the capital of a great Viking realm, but Alfred's successors repeatedly repulsed the attacks, and in 920 AD, even the city of York recognized King Edward the Elder as the sole king of England. The Vikings raided Scotland too, capturing the castle at Dunnottar on the east coast and Dumbarton on the River Clyde, mercilessly taking hundreds of slaves to Ireland. The new kingdom of Strathclyde, now in the heart of Glasgow, grew out of the ashes of Dumbarton. Its religious centre was Galway.
An early medieval religious site, and is within the kingdom of Strathclyde, and there has been the movement of the Royal Power base from the Barton Rock, and they're influenced by the Vikings themselves, in further up the Clyde.
Over time, the Northumbrian and Scottish Vikings were converted to Christianity, and the local and Scandinavian cultures merged.
You have quite a complex kingdom set up with the Picts and the Scots and the Gaels and Strathclyde and the Northumbrian sort of Anglo-Saxon population as well. So you know, you're getting quite a hot pot of different cultures
defense of an efficient and prosperous new kingdom.
There are obvious connections in the belief systems of the mixture of Strathclyde Viking culture that you see with the west coast of Scotland, and you're seeing on the east coast of England.
Hogsback tombs in Govan and here in Bolton, North Yorkshire, represent typical Scandinavian longhouses with bears at either end. They show how the Viking motifs continue to be used well after the Scandinavian invaders have been converted to Christianity. Evidence of the dominant Scandinavian culture at York can be seen at the Yording Centre, built to house the findings of the Coppergate excavation site. The cone was an ornament no Viking man would do without, and they were made here from deer antlers, while Viking jewellery and bronze work show Scandinavian patterns. The Vikings of York had a lot of fish and oysters, and this coprolite, fossilised species, tells us more about what they ate.
That is very interesting because we have coprolites, which gives us some insight into the diet. So fruit seeds surviving what we think of as plums and damsons. There are huge amounts of animal food thrown out into waste pits. And we're talking about a high consumption of beef and to a lesser extent pig, but we get all the major domesticates.
The Viking raids against the great empire of Charlemagne in 799 turned into invasions 40 years later, when his grandsons began a bloody civil war, leaving the empire's coastline undefended.
An average Viking raid, of course, much depends on the period, but we're talking about several dozens of warlords, and the larger raids, several hundred. That's the average.
In 841, 13 ships sailed up the River Seine, and the Vikings burned Rouen, took the monks of Jumièges hostage, and in 845, even plundered Paris. In 885, thousands of Vikings besieged Paris again, and although the raiding forces were still unable to take on the might of the empire's armies, they used every opportunity to strike where the defenders were weakest.
There were already interactions with the Frankish elites, so there was a range of relationships, from political to trade, understandings, and even at times alliances, because it happened that Frankish leaders asked the Scandinavians to work for them as mercenaries.
In 911, the King of France, Charles the Simple, handed over to the Vikings the western seaboard of what is modern-day France, in exchange for their protection against further raids. Their leader, Rollo, became a Christian and gained the administrative tools to build a great kingdom.
One of the conditions was loyalty to the king and conversion, the baptism of the Scandinavian chiefs in Rollo's court. So that seems indispensable if they wanted to settle.
Towns like Dieppe, whose name derives from deep in Danish, thrived with new trade routes to the north. The Vikings adopted the local language and merged with the local population, forging a new and powerful state. Even if peace had come to England and France, the politics of the rising kingdoms of Norway and Denmark continued to be played out on the English stage, and the Viking era was far from over. The rise of two aggressive and mutually hostile royal dynasties in Norway and Denmark heavily influenced events in modern-day France and England. In the 870s, King Harald Fairhair used his control of the strategic straits on Norway's western shoreline on Karmøy Island to build a new state, provoking an exodus of warriors forced into a life of a Viking, a word that came to mean adventurer.
royal estate, because this was where he could control the shipping traffic on the Norwegian coast the best.
Events in Norway impacted politics in England too. In 920, Harald Fairhair died, and his son, Eric Bloodaxe, took his place. But he was defeated and exiled by his English-educated brother, Hakon the Good. The fragile peace that had settled on England, Norway and Denmark was about to be shattered. In 847, the restless nobles of Northumbria and England invited the pagan exile Eric to rule over them. They elected him king here at Ripon Cathedral and began minting coins in his name. The Saxon reaction was devastating. King Edred had Ripon Cathedral burned to the ground, and the terrified Northumbrians withdrew their support of Eric, who was killed in battle after a second attempt to win the throne of York. As we shall see, his Danish wife and a brood of dispossessed children thirsted for vengeance. During these upheavals, York continued to thrive, and Saxons and Scandinavians mostly lived in peace. The city of York grew, and the Scandinavian and Saxon populations merged in the most surprising way. Even building materials showed curious interaction between communities.
The very first building that we excavated in the country, the preservation was very good. We did these buildings as a big rectangular hole building to the ground. To stop those earthen sites collapsing, we need to line them with wood and posts. And as our wood technology experts started to do the boards, we cleaned them up and looked at them. You realise that they were all parts of the hull of a ship. These boards were Viking ships. They were actually from an Anglo-Saxon boat.
The building techniques show how society changed over the decades after the fall of Eric Bloodaxe, and a more peaceful era began.
When we start to see, say, some computer buildings develop in the latter half of the 10th century, they fit with the sequence of archaeology that we see in places like Oxford, and London, and Chester, and we're probably seeing post-Bloodaxe confirmation of a stronger Anglo-Saxon culture starting to move up through the country itself.
The Danes in England continued to maintain a separate ethnic identity well into the 11th century. As we shall see, one especially violent incident in an already violent age precipitated a full-scale invasion by the Viking king of Denmark. In an early example of ethnic cleansing, King Ethelred ordered the murder of all Danes in England on St. Brice's Day, 1002. Possible evidence of this was found in St. John's College, Oxford, where a car park was being built behind new student accommodation. Mark Pollard is the forensic archaeologist appointed to examine the skeletons.
The ditch was outside the city walls, so one assumes that the people were marched out, if they were in the city, were taken out and executed, and then just pushed in the ditch.
The most advanced scientific techniques were used to identify who they were and why they died.
We first radiocarbon dated a selection of them, but we then began to look at the carbon and nitrogen isotopes in the bone collagen, which is an indicator of diet. And we also looked at the strontium and oxygen isotopes in the dental enamel from the teeth, because that gives you some indication of where those individuals grew up.
Dating the bodies was complicated by the probability that the victims had a high marine protein diet.
If people have a large proportion of marine protein in the diet, then this can actually show up in the radiocarbon date as making it earlier than we would expect. So when we dated the St. John's College skeletons, we found that the radiocarbon ages were up to 100 years earlier than 1002 AD.
However, strontium and oxygen isotope analysis of their tooth enamel gave some indication as to where they grew up.
It's difficult to say where they did come from, but I think it's reasonably confidently we can say that they weren't brought up in the south of England.
Were these Viking raiders or innocent Danish traders caught in the city on the day of collective Saxon paranoia. Could the skeletons found in St. John's College have been victims of the St. Brice's Day massacre? And how did their fate tie into the spread of a wider Scandinavian empire?
For the St. John's skeletons, we don't think they came from the south of England. They have a young demography, 1625 in general. They're all male. Some of them are carrying healed battle wounds. So that, to me, suggests that what you've got is a raiding party.
Whether or not these men were victims of the Saxon massacre, they represent a new and vital clue in showing the violent social tensions that were rife in English society in the Viking Age. The St. Brice's Day massacre sent shockwaves through Scandinavia. The new king of Denmark, Sven Forkbeard, attacked England with a mighty army. This was not a band of raiders. Sven's army was a formidable military machine. Shield wall clashed with shield wall in a war of conquest that left Sven King of England in 1014. His dominions stretched from Poland to England and Norway, and his son Canute inherited the first Viking empire. Sven Forkbeard's wife came from Poland, whose waterways were a vital part of the Viking trade network stretching to the Black Sea. Professor Czeslaw Skrop believes all the evidence points to direct Viking control.
It was very quick, because it was a small group, about 500 people. They drove in here like a corporation, like a mafia, and they built their own place.
Clues pointing to the origins of the Polish nation were found close to the river Vistula, one of the Viking thoroughfares from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Here at Bolja, close to the Viking harbour Våglavek, a multi-ethnic cemetery seems to prove this was one of the centres of trade between East and West. Professor Andrzej Uber excavated the site.
There were 4 objects of warriors' equipment in these graves which we searched. They were characteristic because they related to different territories. In one grave we have a Viking's landsacks, dated to the end of the 10th century and the beginning of the 11th. And what we excavated there was connected with the Scandinavian community and warriors from northern and western parts of Europe.
Bolja was a truly cosmopolitan cemetery, showing how Viking society was based on trade as much as pillage. The fine Frankish amulet holder and Byzantine coins found alongside the central Scandinavian burial show that many cultural influences were at play here.
We found artifacts that come from northern, western, southern and eastern Europe. So we can say that in one place we found objects from the whole of Europe that are concentrated in less than 50 square meters.
When Sven Forkbeard chose the daughter of the first Polish king, Mieszko, as his wife, he was forging an alliance with one of the gatekeepers of the Eastern Plains. Czeslaw Skrop believes Mieszko was a Viking.
The important thing about the sister of Borisław Czobrny, I mean the daughter of Mieszko I, Światosława, was that she had a super career. She was the mother of Kings Canute and Harold. They say she was a Slavic, but she couldn't. She had to be from a Scandinavian family, a very important clan.
Jelling, central Denmark, was the heart of Sven Forkbeard's Viking kingdom. This runestone was erected by Harold Bluetooth, Sven's father, and commemorates the last pagan king of Denmark and founder of the dynasty that still reigns over the country today. King Harald bade these memorials to be made after Gorm, his father, and Thyra, his mother. The Harald who won the whole of Denmark and Norway and turned the Danes to Christianity. Gorm the Old laid claim to the kingdom of Norway and controlled the southern coastline of Norway and Sweden. His daughter was married to Eric Bloodaxe. And when the Norwegian Viking was killed in England, she sent her children to fight their uncle on Conway Island, here on the Blood Heights.
They sailed past here, over to Avaldsnes, and met the then ruling king of Norway, Hakon the Good, in a bloody battle, up on these old Bronze Age barrows on the Blood Heath. It was a bloody fight, and that is why it got its name, the Blood Heath. The blood was flowing.
Here at the Blood Heights, in view of Hakon's court at Avaldsnes, 3 of Eric's sons perished in battle against their uncle in 953. But Hakon was fatally wounded shortly afterwards, and 2 surviving nephews shared the throne. The wars between Viking warlords in Norway, Sweden, Denmark sent shockwaves throughout Western and Eastern Europe and consolidated the power of the great Viking monarchs. Modern archaeology throughout Europe is building a completely new picture of who the Vikings really were. Work carried out in laboratories as far away from each other as Novgorod, Poznan, and Oxford show how a Scandinavian commonwealth stretched across Europe and generated great empires.
Those lovely little beads that we recovered from Hungary, and small glass bead, highly decorated, was made in the Eastern Mediterranean, probably made in Egypt. Turns up in I think first half of the 10th century context. It's come from the Eastern Mediterranean all the way straight through a network, probably a very advanced network as well, to end up in Viking geography.
A snapshot of the Scandinavian empires of the mid-11th century shows the stunning success of Viking nation building. The Viking military machine was effective in conquest, but costly to build. Only the richest leaders could afford ships and soldiers to take abroad on raiding expeditions. The return on investment had to be substantial for the raid or trading expedition to be worthwhile. The most profitable trade route was eastward. The shallow-keeled Viking ships sailed up the wide rivers that sliced through the Russian plains. Here, slaves, furs, and amber were abundant. By 750 AD, the Scandinavians controlled the ancient Finnish and Slavic trading place at Stadia Laboga. And in 841, the same year Danes were attacking Paris, other Vikings established their first kingdom, here near Novgorod. Olesia Hude is the curator of the museum exhibition here, which holds some of the most significant Viking artifacts in Russia.
The written chronicles and archaeology tell us that this village was founded by Rurik, one of the Scandinavian lords that were called Rus. He arrived in this area together with his Drusilla, a band of Varangians. They had been invited by the elders of the Slavic clans who lived around Novgorod in order to create a power center, let's say to create a stronger administrative center.
The Viking warriors pushed on up the river system and found a fortress on a bend in the river Dnieper. It became a new capital city, Kiev. Only a few years later, they were attacking Constantinople itself. Here, the Vikings were known as Varangians, or Rus. Adrian Salin is a researcher at St. Petersburg University and an expert on Viking Russia.
I think that today the majority of researchers believe that the word Rus derives from the word Ruotsi, rowers. Undoubtedly, when we refer back to ancient Russian traditions, the common name Rus, the small r, referred not to a people, but to a social group.
The first chronicle of Viking Russia was written here, in Kiev, in the monastery of the Caves, by a Christian monk by the name of Nestor. His mummified body still lies exposed for all to see. His chronicle recounts the rise of the House of Rurik, and modern archaeology confirms that the first Russian state was Varangian, or Viking. The excavations here in Rurikovo Gorobiще have produced hundreds of Scandinavian artifacts that confirm the story told by Nestor in his first chronicle of Russian history. The blue bead of a Viking woman's necklace is a common find here, showing that for centuries this remained a Scandinavian outpost. One particularly important artifact is this sword, one of the few branded swords made in Europe. It was an extremely valuable object.
The sword in our collection is interesting mainly because of where it comes from and its shape. It is broken and bent. It comes from a Scandinavian grave. The sword was made in Western Europe, which is clear from the brand of a famous swordsmith of the Rhine Valley engraved on the blade. Albert, who made many swords for export, and many made their way to the east.
Которая производила много оружия на продажу, и это оружие также поставлялось на восток.
С другой стороны, считается, что значительная часть.
On the other hand, there is a theory whereby a large portion of the goods exported from Eastern Europe to the Caspian Sea by Scandinavians were slaves. It is said that the Arab slave markets in the 10th century were full of slaves from Eastern Europe.
Были переполнены рабынями из Восточной Европы.
Rurik's successor, Ajek, who governed the kingdom as regent during the infancy of Rurik's son, Igor, is buried in this mound at Staria Narvika. In 907, Ajek led an army of Rus to attack Constantinople and captured the city by carrying the light ships around the sea defenses. The trade agreement they extracted legitimized the line of Rurik as kings of Kiev and Novgorod. Every year, great convoys of Viking ships descended the river Dnieper, hauled their goods overland around the great rapids on the waterway, and gathered here at Kherson on the Black Sea, still a busy port today, to carry their wares to the imperial capital.
Перманентного конфликта.
However, we don't see permanent conflict in the 9th and 10th centuries, probably because the population in some areas were Slavs and in others Finns, and the Scandinavians occupied certain market niches. There is no indication of trade of furs for silver outside Scandinavian culture.
Объемов серебра, меда вне скандинавской культуры.
The great Muslim empire of Baghdad also traded with Russian Vikings and suffered their attacks. Ahmud al-Fadlan, writing in the early 10th century, describes the Vikings as still barbaric by the civilized standards of the Arabs. They were covered in tattoos, washed once a week, and held bizarre pagan rites and elaborate funerals that included human sacrifice and ship burnings. The descendants of Rurik continued to rule in Kiev until his grandson, Sviatoslav, was killed by roving Pechenev warriors during a trade expedition. The kingdom was plunged into civil war. Vladimir, his natural son, defeated the legitimate heirs and became king, and in 988 converted to Christianity and married the sister of the Byzantine emperor, further legitimizing the House of Rurik as rulers by God's will. Vladimir and his successor Yaroslav continued to foster their bonds with Scandinavia and drew on the Viking homeland for warriors and goods to trade along the rivers of a vast Viking empire that stretched from the Atlantic to the Caspian Sea. The final drama of the story takes us back to the frozen north, where the sons of Eric Bloodaxe ruled after a long drawn-out civil war with their uncle. The kingdoms of the Scandinavian north and east suffered years of civil war that threw up some of the greatest leaders of the whole Viking epic. Legend has it that Astrid, daughter-in-law of Harald Fairhair, fled from the wrath of the sons of Eric Bloodaxe with her 3-year-old son, Olaf Tryggvason, to join her brother in Kiev, but fell prey to pirates, and little Olaf was made a slave. 6 years later, he was freed by his uncle, who raised him in Novgorod. He served King Vladimir as a soldier, but gained most of his prestige and wealth as a mercenary, fighting for the Holy Roman Empire against the Danish king, Harald Bluetooth, and his puppet king of Norway. The mercenary Olaf also married a Polish princess, who died young, and after years of raiding Scotland and Ireland, and a second marriage to an Irish queen, Olaf was converted to Christianity. He returned to Norway and won back his rightful place on the throne as a direct descendant of Harald Fairhair. He forcibly converted Norway to Christianity and ruled from 997 for 3 years until defeated and killed in a naval battle against an alliance of his old enemies in an expedition to present-day Poland. His life is marked by legendary events.
Olaf Tryggvason, han måste färden och kämpa.
Olaf Tryggvason had to battle with heathen powers here at Avaldsnes several times. He was here with his men. I think there were 300 of them. And then a ship came into Avaldsnes with seers and other sorcerers. And they came to curse the king. They threw out a magical black mist.
Olaf Tryggvason was saved by his Christian beliefs, and the black cloud was thrown back at the seers. However, his reaction was less than forgiving.
And this is the way they died. They were to be put out at the Skreters Shirok, and when the sea got higher, the sorcerers drowned. And it was a slow death, of course.
The sworn enemy of Olaf was the aggressive Harald Bluetooth, forced to convert to Christianity on his defeat by the German emperors. In the early Viking Age, kings in Denmark wielded far less power than in the Christian empires and kingdoms where the church provided key administrative services. Tom Christensen has excavated the ancient Danish chieftain's camp at Leire for the past 20 years.
It is not that the Danes turned their backs on Europe, but they were a Germanic tribal society, which had its traditions and were tied to them. I think that the power was divided between clan chiefs. There might have been a sort of king, but not an autocratic king, as power was mainly based on alliances between the various clans.
These enormous mounds at Jelling are at the center of the largest ship setting in Scandinavia and must have represented an important pagan shrine. Evidence that Harald actually did control the whole of Denmark are these fortresses, called Trelleborgs, spread around his realm that stretched into modern-day Sweden. Each fort was circular, with 4 doors and longhouses in each quarter. Although Bluetooth was nominally Christian, here in Trelleborg, the remains of 2 children thrown into a well at the age of 4 show that human sacrifice continued far into his reign. Harald Bluetooth claimed the thrones of Norway and even Sweden, and drew on the services of the finest pagan mercenary force at the time, the Jomsvikings. One of whom is commemorated on this runestone on the Swedish island of Öland. Based in present-day Berlin, they remained Bluetooth's allies till the end, well after he was deposed by his own son, Sven Forkbeard, in 998. He is buried in Roskilde, the first Christian parish in Denmark.
The first Danish bishop was an Englishman, but the Germans wanted Denmark as a church province. So when Adam of Bremen later on wrote about the conditions in Denmark, he portrayed Harald Bluetooth as a positive leader for the Germans and stated that his burial took place in Roskilde.
The Swedish, Danish and Norwegian kings looked eastwards to the Great Plains of Poland and Russia for their wealth, and sent men and goods down the great rivers to Constantinople, where they traded with the great empire and served as mercenaries in the imperial Varangian Guard. Nearly 3 centuries after the first recorded Viking raid in England, the epic of the Norsemen reached its climax. This runestone in the churchyard of Tumbor, Sweden, commemorates a Viking warrior who died in the service of the Greek emperor. Another, near Uppsala, commemorates a great captain. Across Scandinavia, memorial stones like this bear testament to Viking soldiers who fought in the Mediterranean. The elite Varangian Guard fought along the empire's frontiers, and in Italy clashed with descendants of other Northmen who had built a home in France. The Palace of the Normans in Palermo is a monument to the audacious Norman mercenaries who became kings of southern Italy. 2 brothers from Normandy, descendants of the Viking invaders, came with their men to fight the Greeks in 1014, and stayed. They emerged the final victors after a series of long drawn-out wars in southern Italy in the early 11th century. Count Robert of Hauteville finally pushed out the Arabs from Sicily to become king. He was crowned here, in the Palace of the Normans, by the powerful Bishop of Palermo. The Norman rule over Sicily was famous for its tolerance and openness to trade with the Arab world. Even farther east, in the bustling metropolis of Constantinople, a Norwegian mercenary commanded the Imperial Guard, known as the Varangian Guard. Harald Hardrada was an heir to the Norwegian throne, but working for hire in Constantinople.
With regards to Harald Hardrada's trips to Constantinople and to Africa, which are also recorded in the sagas, as well as in international contemporary sources, we find small traces of the Vikings, for example in Constantinople, where a Viking has written graffiti in a beautiful church.
In 1046, Harald Hardrada turned his sights back to the homeland of Norway, where his nephew, Magnus the Good, had been elected king. Following the Viking river passages through Russia and up across the Baltic, Hardrada made his way back to Scandinavia, where he attacked Denmark and cut a deal with Magnus to rule jointly. When Magnus died, Hardrada became the sole king. Harald's reign in Norway and Denmark was one of peace and prosperity, with the emergence of churches, towns, and thriving trade and minted money. Hardrada's ambition was to recreate Canute's North Atlantic Empire. He claimed the Danish throne, and then was invited by the exiled half-brother of the English king to take the English throne as well. In 1066, Harold set sail from Norway. Other powerful kings had their eyes on the English throne. In Normandy, Duke William had been promised the throne, and now was preparing to take it by force. In William's view, King Harold Godwinson of England was a usurper. The Bayeux Tapestry supports William's claim to the English throne and describes how he went about winning it for himself. The Duke of Normandy could count on important allies in his bid. On the 12th of August, 1066, William's fleet sailed up the coast of France and stopped in the ports of Normandy as it collected soldiers from the Viking settlements. The Norman Armada landed at Pevensey on the 28th of September and made its way to Hastings. As William and Harold Hardrada bore down toward England, the English King Harold Godwinson rushed north with his army. Harold Hardrada defeated the English at Fulford on the outskirts of York, but when the might of the English army met the Viking hordes at Stamford Bridge, Hardrada was killed in battle. The exhausted English army marched south again to face William of Normandy at Hastings, just 19 days later. The Norman cavalry fled in front of the Saxon shield wall, and William was given up for dead. The Saxons broke ranks to pursue the Normans, but when William showed his face to his men, the Normans rallied, and Harold was killed. William was crowned King of England on Christmas Day, 1066. William, a descendant of the Northmen, was now King of England. Viking kingdoms would flourish, stabilize, and become Christian in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, southern Italy, England, Scotland, and Ireland. But the largest kingdoms took root in the far-flung steppes and forests of Poland and Russia, where Rurik's descendants ruled for another 400 years. They sold furs and slaves down the great rivers of Eastern Europe to Constantinople and Baghdad. They brought back silk, spices, and silver, which they hoarded in treasure troves in their homeland. They captured the world's largest city and founded the first Russian states. They were the Varangians, the Rus, the Vikings. Istanbul, Turkey, once Constantinople, the greatest city of the ancient world, part of a 1,000-year-old empire. To the Vikings, and still today, it is the gateway to the East. First, the Scandinavian warriors came here to plunder. Then, in a daring raid, they penetrated its massive defenses and extracted a privileged trade deal.
Today it is believed, as far as I know, that the appearance of the Vikings here in Eastern Europe in the 9th century is closely connected with their desire for silver.
Obviously, the Eastern world was most interested in slaves and furs.
The Vikings had plundered the vast plains of Central Europe for centuries before they pushed up the river systems to the Black Sea and attacked Constantinople. Dozens of runestones, like these in modern-day Sweden, tell us of the fearless Scandinavian warriors who died in faraway Greece and Turkey. Runestones, sagas, and the first Russian chronicle tell us the story of the Vikings of Eastern Europe. But before anything was written, Vikings were plundering the shoreline of the Baltic Sea. Two amazing Viking ships, found on the Estonian island of Saaremaa and excavated in 2011, prove that the Vikings were here far earlier than ever recorded. When Yuri Pietz of the History Faculty of Tallinn sent bones and organic artifacts for radiocarbon dating, the results were stunning.
Analysis of the items we found show that they can be dated to pre-Viking times.
done it here were a class of professional fighters, or Vikings, as they are known today.
At first, we weren't quite sure where these men came from. Judging from some of the items and other marks, it was more or less clear we were dealing with Scandinavian sailors.
Two sites in Poland also prove that the Vikings colonized the estuaries of the great rivers of Central Europe to control access to the plains of modern-day Russia, Poland, and Ukraine, rich in furs and slaves. Marek Jagodzinski has excavated the site of Druso, near Elbląg, for the past 20 years. The finds here show a vibrant industrial town, dominated by a Viking military elite, a base for the trafficking of people and goods all the way to the Black Sea.
First of all, what we found was that the size of the settlement was about 20 hectares with regular buildings. The division of the harbour area from the centre area and evidence of crafts and trade activity around the harbour.
On the western edge of today's Poland, near the estuary of the Oder River, lies Wolin, another Viking trading post, where local Baltic populations mix with the Viking traders. Wojciech Filipowiak heads the excavations here.
Written sources tell us that people of many ethnic origins settled here in Wolin. We know about Saxons, but we